thing. Joe is completely left. Omar, he may try. Step
Joe-
back.
Joe has completely left the room.
Okay.
Unmuted.
You got it?
No, it's okay. He's got it.
It's up to him.
Oh, you did, okay, all right, so it's red.
To introduce the quote.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so Emery mentioned a quote from this book, How Buildings Learn by Stuart Brand, which I would imagine a number of us have read. I went back to read my copy right before I came here. So, but there's so many pieces of the book that are great, but loved buildings are the ones that work well, that suit the people in them, and that show their age and history. All it takes is keeping most everything that works, most everything that is enjoyed, much of what doesn't get in the way, and helping the rest evolve. That goes better if the place is neither owned nor maintained by remote antagonists, because they distance the building from its users. What makes a building learn is its physical connection to the people within. Finally, an adapted state is not an end state. A successful building has to be periodically challenged and refreshed, for it will turn into a beautiful corpse. The scaffolding was never taken completely down around Europe's medieval cathedrals, because that would imply that they were finished and perfect, and that would be an insult to God. What about the building you see when you look up from this book? Go do something kindly to it.
Cool.
Who's that a quote from? That's from
Stuart Brand.
Your brand.
Stuart Brand. Okay, I thought you were saying that was from Amory, and I'm saying, God, that doesn't sound like Amory.
No, Stuart, I understand that they are friends,
Okay.
but yeah, but probably one of the better books that can guide this kind of a moment.
All right, so we are ready to start our afternoon session. And we start with, well, first off, the process that we're going through, is that still working for everybody?
Yeah.
Or any mid-course corrections we need to do? Is good?
There was a process suggestion, so there's another facet of this Aspen Institute thing that I think could be utilized, Ben, which is suggesting it's a little hard to have like sort of more lively conversation with the stack. So there's a thing that the Aspen Institute process allows, which is if you really have something quick, 30 seconds or less, to respond directly to someone's thing, you do like that.
Okay.
So we could, if you're amenable to that as the person.
So there's
keeping
this,
Stack wall.
or there's this.
In kind of period.
Must be.
This is a quick interjection.
Yeah, that, I think that's gonna be the only challenge if we adopt that, okay?
People have been doing that anyway, so I think we're good.
All right. Our afternoon starts with the discussion of ecology, landscape, and food from John and Ben.
And Ben, do you want to go first or second? I'm happy to go
I'll
first.
go second, because I have some things I think I want
Okay,
to say, but I think
okay,
they
that's
will
great.
dovetail with.
I'm going to try to keep this short because I want this to be mostly discussion. I think what we learned from our envisioning sessions is a lot of people have appreciated this landscape. I think it's accomplishing many of its goals in terms of demonstrating sort of house scale agricultural use, demonstrating, a fruit orchard, demonstrating restored wetland, demonstrating native species, demonstrating, rainwater capture, combined with, biodiversity, and again, restoration ecology in the form of the wetland. So I think it's got a lot going for it in terms of meeting, I think, what were the original design objectives of this building. I think probably somewhat like the Living Machine, it is more implicitly able to teach these things than the mechanical systems are. So I think people are learning whether there's signage or not for these, which is not to say that there wouldn't be a lot of value, for instance, with the rain garden and everything else. People don't understand that that's capturing water off the surface of the building and stopping it from traveling into the stormwater, and it has a flood abatement role. People don't understand that. So there's a place where I think we really do need to build that in. I think also along the lines of some of the sort of like, it's really a dual thing. Some people say they really found the building comfortable, homey, inviting. Some people say they find it sterile. There's sort of a duality there. I think it's also true of the landscape that it does not get it's not quite the social space that it could be and should be. I think we heard that as well. People don't hang out as much in the landscape. I mean, they do hang out in the landscape, but they could do more hanging out in the landscape. Also on the sort of side of carbon, of thinking about the future, climate resilience, there was quite a bit of discussion of, better demonstrating climate resilient landscaping in terms of drought tolerant species, species from further south, maybe even, plants that can handle intense wind. So just thinking about that, and also from a carbon mitigation perspective, we have done work on biochar in this landscape. I don't think we've really featured that to the public in any way. I think people don't know we're doing biochar research, and biochar is a way of sequestering carbon from the atmosphere. So I think thinking about how we build up aspects of the landscape that talk about climate mitigation, adaptation, and resilience is probably quite important moving forward. But again, I think it's an amplification of things we're doing. I don't think we're doing anything wrong with the landscape. Ben?
Yeah, so I wanted to, so how do I want this? Whenever I give tours of the building, as soon as we come around the backside of Halleck, the conversation shifts from ecology in the context of a wetland and sort of the biodiversity of the site to how much food can you produce in a relatively small plot of land, right? And so that's an element here that I think students are interested in and engaged in, and it creates an interesting challenge. Much of the food production that would be sort of would be considered substantial harvest occurs when students aren't here, right? So there's a temporal shift between the height of the thing that you're doing and the existence of the people here to do it. So it works, but it really isn't at its best. That's sort of how I like to think about it. Additionally to that, we have a very diverse permaculture component to the site, whether that's edible forest, whether that is perennial items in the garden itself. You've got obviously the apples, etc. I don't know how well communicated that is. Tried to do some work in 104 to bring some visual elements of that indoors that will put some signage around that sort of at least makes you aware that those things exist. But I don't know how we can do that. We can do that better. So the other thing I like to think about is that the landscape here really should be experienced, right? It is a thing to be part of, like when the weather is nice, and that's sort of the adjacent piece to this, is that we've got I'm gonna be conservative and say, if we get 6 weeks on so on either end of the year, that is nice enough for students to be able to actually be in the landscape and comfortable, that might be an aggressive estimate. So how do you get somebody to be in a position to experience this really cool landscape in a very finite, small window of time? It's more complex than I think we're able to pull off there. And then the other piece is that we're balancing, in some cases, a research focus, right? And thinking about it in a educational context, whether through direct research with, like, say, the hazelnuts, et cetera, and sort of, I guess, an explicit educational element, and then some of that more implicit or tangential or singular instance type education that the other pieces provide. And how much are we communicating that, and in what quality are we communicating that to people who aren't directly involved?
I stood my card up.
Well, I forgot we're supposed to do that. We're supposed to manage.
We didn't, oh, no, Walt's managing that,
Yeah,
isn't
it's all right.
All right.
Russ and I see Rumi and myself.
So let me be a contrarian.
he? Oh, we got.
Oh, Bill.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
there's back.
Good catch. Good catch.
Let me be a contrarian about the food production for a moment. And keep in mind, the reason that people in my neighborhood know what house is mine and what house is my son's is we're the only two houses in the neighborhood with an 8-foot deer fence around the whole yard. And we do intense gardening and food production and food for value added. We grow figs, make jam. My son sells jam. So I am a total and urban farmer. Notwithstanding the fact that you got the ugliest deer fence that you could have put up. You couldn't have done anything. I'm sorry.
Hey, I didn't design it.
No, there was any. But I wonder if that, and because most of the production time is when students are not here, I wonder if that's the best use of the landscape. I'm sure it has proponents and people who enjoy doing it, but are there other interpretive things we could be doing with the landscape? I'm particularly interested in this idea of changing climate, changing landscape, and how do we tell that story in a way that makes this whole thing really obvious to people? I don't know that I would have chosen food production as one of the things to do with the landscape. I'm just putting it out there.
Rumi.
Can I do a little shake?
Yeah. So.
Can I do a shake?
Quick.
I just wanted to insert that we do have a new food studies concentration major at Oberlin. And this is sort of our center is like an important center for the new food studies concentration. So you should just know that that's a thing.
Yeah,
Rumi.
I was going to say that.
Oh, okay.
No need to shake. On top of that, like agriculture, sustainable agriculture is probably the second or third most popular pathway in environmental studies. So a lot of students are really into that stuff. So that garden area serves that purpose. But having said that, I really like your idea about, can it be an educational space? Maybe those two are not mutually exclusive. So we can think creatively about agriculture and using that space as a farm space, but at the same time offer opportunities for climate resilient agriculture. The other thing I wanted to mention is almost piggybacking on my earlier comment earlier on is that I do think that when it comes to the landscape, this time around, we can engage with landscape in a much more intentional way and to really have a holistic vision about what's out there, how it's all coming together, what are the different functions it's serving, and what can we learn from the.
Can you just come in closer? Because you're not getting picked up that well by this owl from back there.
Yeah, so the other suggestion I had was to really engage with landscape architects And I'm sure there have been a lot of developments in that space, and we want to sort of learn from those developments and take a more holistic perspective of our landscape and have a landscape design, like a comprehensive design as part of the AJLC 220.
Bill, and Bill, I might just ask, there is, in reactions at the bottom of your Zoom screen, there is a raise hand thing, which then goes up on the screen, which is easier. You don't have to hold up your piece of paper, just for future reference, okay?
Great, thank you. So one of the things that we're engaged in is really looking at indigenous land management practices. And one of the professors who's doing really good work on this is Alfie Vick at the University of Georgia. And looking at the sort of rings of influence around indigenous communities on the East Coast and Midwest, so obviously burning for creating savanna ecosystems, but even just the level of what we would now call permaculture that they were doing with agroforestry and the number of species that would support that. And in the agroforestry stuff, a lot of that stuff is going to be harvestable in the fall when the students are there. So thinking about maybe that layering in of the deeper history of the site, but also a different way of thinking about interaction with the site.
I would just add that it's possible that kind of approach, Bill, might be more deer resistant than growing very tempting tomatoes.
Right.
Okay, so, two things. One is, we have a 7-foot high deer fence around our garden. You can barely see it. It's plastic. Deer, if it's 6 feet high, they'll just jump over it. But if it's 7 feet or higher, they don't go through it. So, this is ugly. And it would be really easy. You can go to Home Depot and buy this plastic mesh and stick it around there, and you barely see it. So I just wanted to mention the deer fence thing again. And the other thing is, I keep finding myself in this weird place because I wasn't here during the design. But I come here perhaps more often than most of the rest of you from outside. And things like the plantings are not something I've really been very aware of. I have to admit it, because there isn't any way to know that from, walking by. And coming to the building. I almost never come here without coming to this building for one thing or another. So I just wanted to mention that. I mean, again, it's kind of the communication thing and the signage thing and all that sort of thing. But at any rate, that's true for me anyway. Lindsay.
Well, Bill stole my thunder on and way better than I would have said anything about it. Indigenous sort of, species, basically techniques and such that could be employed in the landscape. That feels like an obvious pedagogical opportunity, as well as just sort of the right way to approach the landscape. There's also cool hybrid things you could do of growing things that can be used in building, if you really wanted to get nerdy about it, so that it kind of brings back to the materials that we use to build, or that people have used to build in this place for centuries. But then I guess I want to touch on this thing that Walt's saying that I'm still struggling with about this landscape. It's like, I don't know, to me, my memory of a typical Overland day as a student, and I do live in California, so I know I sound like a snob saying this, but like, it's this is the day, this is the typical day of my undergraduate life. And so, it's like
This sunny day.
kind of raining. It's so gray. It's so gray. And so like, I think it's good to just embrace that. Like, don't try to plan for like the 2 sunny weeks or whatever. Think about what it means to be here on a day like this and what can best be done with the landscape in that sense. And I'm not saying that means don't invest in it because no one's ever gonna be there, but I am kind of saying like. It's more a part of the water systems than it is a place you're actually gonna sit and have an outdoor class. Like probably, if you wanna have an outdoor class, it probably needs to be under something and it needs to be like, you know, have some, it needs to be facing south so that you've already gotten a bunch of heat on whatever thing you're trying to sit on and like, it's just not that, it's not as likely to be used, you know, humans walking around and sitting on the landscape because it's open and that's it. Maybe that's okay, but I think that's a thing you can kind of tell that this building was maybe designed imagining a sunnier day. And I don't think that it's a good idea to design a building for the uncommon day. It's good to design it for the typical day.
David,
I missed part of the conversation here, but among the people we had coming in as consultants, there were 22 to 25 firms or organizations that were part of the dialogue around 1.0. One of which was interested in the landscape. They worked for Ford Motor Company. And I remember you guys brought them in, or I called them, I'm not sure. What they did for Ford, and this is when Bill, I guess, had his project up at Rouge River. They figured out how you plant around buildings to prevent air infiltration. And so that, I just want to point that out. Somewhere there's a study here in our archive somewhere, what they did here. That you can reduce airflow and air infiltration by the way you plant around the building and so forth. So anyway, that's just the point of reference. Oh, by the way, one other thing too, this is a bit of an aside. The plaza out in the front was named for John Lyle. And John died. He was the most dedicated guy in the whole design team. I mean, he and Bill were opposite personalities. John was very self-effacing. But he was a landscape architect by profession. He worked for Stanford and Cal Poly. And did a lot of things. And one of the things, and this is a bit of a side, I think there ought to be some way to memorialize the thinking of some of these people. Ray Anderson, John Lyle, because they're gonna be lost. John's books they were great books, but they're not big sellers. So somewhere I think we can come to not just signage, but to how the building tells a story of the braiding of all the energies. This is a lot like an estuary, and there was just a lot of people came together around this. Amy was a big part of it, Bill was a big part of it. But some way to memorialize what they did. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Ben?
Maybe you too,
Well,
I would suggest.
Yeah.
I'm asking for a statue. I pointed out that, let's say, we've got some figures in mind.
Yeah, right.
Nicholas suggested 40 or 50 feet.
Ben,
I think it is important to have some of the books that these people wrote. I mean, it's incredible literature.
Yeah.
And we're adding to it here, but some way to memorialize them in a way that doesn't curate. It keeps their thinking alive and somehow functioning in a way, because these ideas were still useful in a lot of ways. Anyway.
I just wanted to bounce back to what Lindsay had said earlier about not knowing what was here necessarily and getting back to that signage element that we've really hammered on. But this past summer, I had the opportunity to go walk around Swarthmore outside of Philly, much smaller campus, but it made me think, you know, there, and whenever I end up on a college campus now, I take it from a very different lens, but the amount of plant-based signage on that campus was unbelievable to me. It is comprehensive, it is campus-wide, and it's cohesive. So you can see everything and what it is.
You mean signage about plants?
Like what they are.
Yeah, not.
And then in some cases, why it's
signage
important.
made out of plants.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah.
yeah, right.
You know, if we have a much
I
larger.
didn't think that that's what you meant, but yeah, okay, got it, yeah.
It's a much larger campus here. I don't know the
But-
feasibility, but I don't wanna, it feels like part of a conversation that feels larger than this site.
Mhm.
You know, whether it's, you know, you've got Tappan Square, you've got just a lot of potential there that we don't tell the story of any of it, let alone here.
No.
Okay,
I'll make a point on that.
That's,
It happens.
he tells you, you can make the point.
Go ahead, yeah.
I forgot what I was gonna say. Tappan Square exists as a managed landscape by permission fossil fuels. And one of the design strategies here was to have as much natural landscape. And at the hotel, we came back to the same thing. Maya Lynn's plan for the hotel was that would all be around a wildflower garden,
Mhm.
she didn't get it. And they claimed, administration claimed they'd kind of done what she wanted. But it's kind of like taking the Mona Lisa and turning the faces right into the viewer and putting a smile on it. Oh, it's still your painting. Yeah, but we just changed a few things. But the landscape plan here, this is a point of discussion about how you manage landscapes. It affects water, temperature, all the things that are coming at us. Wild landscapes are gonna have a better chance of survival. That's gonna take some explaining, i.e. signage, but there's an issue here you raised as well. I think we shouldn't lose sight of that.
Mm.
Russ,
And perhaps this is what Kevin was gonna say, and if so, I'll let you say it. The landscape was an important part of the energy strategy at the beginning. And it got value engineered out. The vegetative shading, especially on the east wall. But also on the south wall with the horizontal structure. It was an important part of our calculations, and it was an important part of the story. And I think the more we know about biophilia, it would have been an important part of the experience of the building to be looking out at the landscape through the plants. I'd love to, for 2.0, to resurrect that idea and really do it.
Bless you, Russ. I wasn't gonna say anything about the trellis. I just wanted, oh, was it me next or?
Chris was next,
Okay,
I
go
think.
for it, Chris.
I will defer.
Oh, thanks.
Okay.
Just quickly, there was, just to note, John Lyle, amazing member of the design team advisory committee. And at the time, you know, probably one of the one or two landscape firms that were doing this type of work in Andrew Pogon. So I just want to honor their commitment to it because there was a landscape plan. And it was in response, I think, to the program envisioning of to have the diverse landscapes, the social, the native forest, the water, the planting, and lessons learned. Maybe the forest, you know, we saw it yesterday, what worked, what didn't and all, but it just, I just want to note that they were a really committed member of the team and did state-of-the-art work at the, you know, circa 1998, you know.
Chris,
So yeah, just patiently to build on Ben and the point that David also was underscoring. The campus has several climate commitments, you know, as we know, the carbon neutrality, resilience is another commitment. We're in the process, through second nature, the process of engaging around rewild. It's a green campus commitment. So we've got a couple pilot projects around. I think of the AJLC and the landscaping here being that hub, thinking about what's all the innovation that's happening here, but that it's all of campus is our canvas to work with. And so my part of my work in OES with our facilities team is to not have blind spots. We don't have some areas where some areas are open and other areas are not. You know, no, it's all one campus, one landscape plan that is all part of these climate commitments, and how our landscape reflects that is very important. But again, it's an opportunity to take some of this stuff to scale. We've got, you know, examples where this has been not well implemented. We've got, you know, things, but that doesn't mean that doesn't have value and that's not the direction to go. And so I'm just saying, yes, and there's already efforts happening, including at Tappan Square, to at least where we're gonna have turf, that it's organic, sustainable landscape turf, that we're not mowing and fertilizing and all this kind of stuff. But then there's also opportunities then for classes to be assessing not only the planning for, but assessing the functionality thereof. So, you know, the ecological services being provided, et cetera. So I just underscore, yes, that's all good. I like this idea of the original landscape plan and coming back to that here. And what can we restore and augment in the biophilia on the south side? I think that would also be things that are like, I went to Overland and I saw this, you know, like.
Yeah.
Rumi.
I think Bill was probably.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't see the hand. Thanks, Rumi. Bill.
So obviously biophilia is really a key frame for thinking about re-engaging with the landscape. And some of that is specifically creating places in the landscape where I'm going to want to sit. And so some of that may be cover and seating and stuff that, even on a winter day, if there's any sunshine at all, just a place to sort of tuck in and be part of that landscape. And, to hearing about sort of spreading the landscape of the Lewis Center to other parts of the campus is fantastic, because for a long time, my feeling was, and you could see this in the photographs that are out on the internet of the building, is, you have this little tiny chunk of native habitat surrounded by acres of turf. And, and this is an ecosystem that would have been tall grass prairie, which is one of the best carbon sequestering landscapes in the world. I mean, just phenomenal and better than most forests. So, can we take some of this stuff, measure it, and use it to help spread it through other parts of the campus? And then tall grass prairie then would frequently blend into the savanna ecosystems of the region as well. So the folks at what formerly used to be Conservation Design Forum were sort of the other masters at this. And so Gerald Wallenheim, the chief botanist and biologist within that group, is semi-retired, but he might be someone to bring into that conversation. And in particular, a lot of the work that he did was understanding the indigenous management practices, to the extent that he even took the time to learn how to speak Ojibwa and other Algonquin languages to have conversations with elders.
Rumi.
So just following up on what Ben suggested earlier about signage. And it's probably implied, but I'll just say it out anyway, which is the campus-wide signage initiative is a big project. But just like many other things that AJLC 1.0 had inspired, we could create a really good examples and design of how signage could be implemented, outside AJLC that might, trigger other initiatives at the campus level. So, like I said, it's implied, but wanted to say that anyway. The other thing is that, the other thing I'll say is that regarding sort of showcasing the thinking, the philosophies, the people behind AJLC 1.0 and this time around in 2.0, I'd love to see some kind of an organized display, and it could be, and well, most of you know that we also have a library, which is right now a random collection of environmental texts and journals. It could be that you can create sort of one side of that space with both a physical and an interactive, display of books and digital signage and audio recordings that you can access that tells the story. It could be in some other place in the building as well, but immediately, because it's more archival, I thought that library, a part of that library could be a great space for it.
Cindy and Russ. Oh, you get to
You have a
your
30-second there?
waivers.
Yeah, just the campus-wide trail, there's a sustainability interpretive trail that is in the works, and these are the kinds of things that would be picked up, sustainability and different examples around campus. AJLC itself would be the main hub of that.
And I was just gonna add, sorry, are you doing a full one or?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Before Al passed away, he was the campus arborist, completed a complete inventory of all the hardwood species on campus. So we have information that could be used for more campus-wide stuff. I don't know that we have all the smaller species, but we've at least started down that path.
Okay, Cindy.
Sorry.
So I was gonna talk about the sustainability interpretive trail, because I didn't think Chris had mentioned it yet, and I'm gonna say something that is perhaps unpopular in this particular group, which is I don't want all the sustainability stuff to just be at the AJLC. I mean, I know, I get the idea that it's a hub and it's a model and blah, blah, but I really want to see it over the whole damn campus.
Mhm.
So I understand why we're focusing on this building and that we should be focusing on this building, but I just hope that we don't keep our focus so narrow because, you know, in my ideal world, the whole campus would feel like the AJLC.
Russ, oh.
He's shaking.
He's shaking.
Go ahead.
You know, when we were starting to conceptualize this building, the first proposal I made to Nancy Dye was that this be an interdisciplinary building, not environmental studies. But to reinforce Cindy's point, I think the success of the building is gonna be in doing something like that, integrating this with a lot of other stuff happening, and you guys are already doing it in a lot of ways. I think it's an important piece of history. I still have the paper. I sent to them.
Yeah.
Didn't go very far.
Okay, I think now, Russ,
Switching to water. It's been said that nobody fully understands where the water comes from, or for the wetland, from the pond, where it goes. We ought to be able to do better than that. If the water is coming from a cistern, which I understand is problematic, because that pump doesn't work, whatever. But if we are making it up there, wouldn't it be interesting if that pipe came up above the ground and spilled onto a block and went down in there, and with a sign saying, we stored this water from the last time it rained, and now we need the water, and so we are doing the balancing ourselves. And then similarly, where does the water go? Out of there, you know, explaining that we've never been able to seal it up, and so it's filtering into the ground, or we sealed it up and now it's overflowing into the sewer, or whatever. There's a water cycle. You have an important piece of evident water cycle right out there, and let's explain it and make it more visible too.
I just want to say two things. One is, it doesn't always rain here. It's actually beautiful here for a lot of the year with nice sunny weather. I didn't want you to know that. It is true. I felt like you as a Californian
Yeah.
now were sort of imposing that on us. And I just want to say too, that this actually was not savanna historically. This was forested wetland is what it was. It was a forest. That's what this is. This is not, that's west of us. We are not savanna. We're forest.
okay, so that. Oh, Lindsay,
Good one. I was,
you were fondling. that,
I know,
but-
sorry. And then then I finally, I don't know if I'll be able to do this trick that Nick taught me to show you another picture of one of the babies, one of the descendants of this building. In fact, the landscape was designed by the Andrew Koga.
Oh,
This is the Candida building in Atlanta.
Are you sharing?
So
Trying.
I'm trying to. Yeah. Screen again. Okay, start the broadcast. It's a forest. That's the short story. And here we go. So the landscape for this building, to the right of the building, you can see a lot of what has actually been planted by the landscape architecture firm is basically forest, because that's what it would have been. Sorry, this picture is not the greatest quality, but
Where's this?
this is in Atlanta, where I grew up, which is sunnier than here, no big deal. No, I'm kidding. But no, it's just to say, I was trying to find there's some really beautiful pictures of what they did there. And so it was kind of just a shout out to the firm that honestly, they'd probably be really interested in coming back and
Yeah.
taking a look. I still know
I
Jose
think it's
is
the
there.
next generation, as I've looked at the firm, you know, the original leadership is not practicing, but it's a new cadre.
Yeah, I know someone there.
Yeah.
Who was the main landscape architect for that landscape
Mhm.
in Atlanta, and so he might be interested in helping.
Okay. We're 5 minutes ahead.
Shall we move on?
Well,
Any final thoughts on water, landscape, et cetera? Laboratory facility.
Want me to start? All right. I think an awful lot of what there is to say about the laboratory facility was covered in our little tour of it yesterday. But I'll probably be mainly reiterating some of John's points. But I think maybe the most obvious place to start is that it is small. And having had class in there, it's hard to fit an entire classroom's worth of students in there, especially with the current layout. You usually can't really see, or you're just kind of jostling and getting in each other's way. We ran into a lot of problems with only having one piece of equipment and needing multiple students using it. And then, of course, with the new environmental science major coming in, it'll need to be expanded further and made larger. And then, but on the flip side of that, I think one thing that was clear at the envisioning sessions, people didn't really talk about the annex, which is its own thing, right? People do not associate that building with the AJLC right now, or I didn't know about it until a couple years into my time at Oberlin. I'd never been in there before first semester of my fourth year. And I think that's fairly common from my understanding of talking to my peers. But also the people who have been in there really like the space, I think, because it's very homey. And it's very cozy and it's very comfortable and it has a lot of personality. And so I think that has been a theme that came up certainly in our envisioning sessions of people kind of reminiscing fondly about that space, because I think it is so far from a traditional lab environment. And then, of course, there is a lot of technical issues. The foundation has stones that are, on the verge of actually caving into the building. There's lots of peeling paint, lots of water damage from previous leaks, mold,
Skunks, that didn't come up, but it's true.
Drains.
but yeah, I think that also we talked a lot in envisioning sessions. The point kept coming up that the next round, AJLC 2.0, should really highlight affordable or achievable building strategies. And I know that John brought this up yesterday in our tour, but it does really seem that building, especially if it is a tear down, would be the perfect place to demonstrate more homeowner scale green building solutions. Affordable, yeah. And that could even be part of, the design is the communication built right into the building of how it is affordable, how it compares in terms of energy, what the additional upfront costs are, what the payoff period would be.
So my relationship with the lab is, Nicholas is having taken classes in there and as a student has occupied that space. My relationship with it is because I have a group of students who work on the living machine, and that is the water quality testing lab for the living machine. So I'm looking at it, it's one of the few places I think where I'm looking at it in a little bit less of a pedagogical space, even though I truly know that it is. It has to function in a actual work capacity, right? There's an interesting sense of sort of oddness that you have this thing that you're studying, but the place you get the data on it is to take it over there, which may be fine. It just always seems a little strange to trudge over with a tote of water bottles to then do all of your work over here. Maybe a little disjointed or a little disconnected. I feel like and I'm gonna lump this into lab space. Yes, the annex is the main one, but we also have the mini lab downstairs, which is that anteroom to the living machine, which had a lot more purpose when I first got here and has slowly diffused to very little as we have economized some of our probe wear and with the DO probes being in a different spot now and that they're non-functional. We now have two work surfaces that are just essentially empty. And are we utilizing that space effectively, or to what extent is that space even related to the space next door? And so as a sort of a usage study, are we utilizing those spaces effectively, let alone whether or not they're capable of actually achieving the goal of what we want?
Okay, Lindsay, me, Rumi, John.
Okay, I basically forgot what I was going to say and then my thing was up. But there was this one piece that I was excited about that Nick mentioned just to pull on that was about what it would mean to have some aspect of this whole landscape that was a bit more experimental around construction methods and ways of building, especially as it relates to single family kind of construction techniques. There's a lot of great precedents now around the country and around the world really of buildings that are meant to literally teach about single family residential construction, and there's a lot of different ways you could do that. But I'm pretty sure I raised my thing to say something else. Sorry, I forgot what it was.
Well, you can always do it again. So a couple of things. I think, if my memory serves, which it doesn't always these days, but that yesterday was the first time I'd ever been in that building. And there was such a sense of deja vu in so many ways for me, even though I'd never been in that building. The lab benches, I immediately recognized as lab benches that were in Kettering, that were in the chem labs. And I mean, it was like weird. And then the cabinets all being from somewhere else. Like when my wife and I moved into the house we're now in for like 18 years, which is hard to believe, longer than we've ever been anywhere. Instead of getting new cabinets, we had our cabinets redone,
Yeah.
you know? So they're the same cabinets that have been there since the house was built in 1990. So, and I love the idea of, so I'd like some great ideas of more things I could do at my house that would be demonstrated in however we end up. You know, it sounds like the feasibility of using the building itself and trying to reconstitute it rather than building something new. I'm not, that's a difficult decision for me, but if it's unrealistic to use that building, then it's unrealistic. And somehow we would try and mimic what happens when you walk in, like what happened to me when I walked into that building in a new building. But it kind of keeps coming up, and I want to reiterate some of the stuff that John, and I've started to do this several times, but I have to say, you know, John, first, I don't know when you first called me about AJLC 2.0, but it was like, well, first it was a shock that the building was 25 years old for me. But then we started talking about this idea that he put together, and he sent me the first draft of this, what's now called program statement. And what John has done with this in the last 6 months or something, it's just been remarkable. And I would like to acknowledge that, because the thing about the students, and, you know, he started talking about having these students and doing the winter term thing and maybe having this meeting, maybe we could do this. It was like, gee, maybe we could. And then what you said this morning to start today, I wish we had started recording, because I thought it was really a very wonderfully concise and consistent description of where we are and where we want to go. And I would pull pieces from that original, the form of that original program statement of where we want to go, being not that this is about the AGLC, but it's about the campus and the world beyond, but certainly the campus. And that the things that have happened in the campus, and I kept trying to find ways to say this more succinctly, but you know, we can say the SIP, we can say the LEED gold requirement, we can say 2025 to be a climate neutral. There are all these things about Oberlin that are going back to the firsts in a way. And with this idea of using the opportunity of taking a building that's only 25 years old, but is 25 years old and started so many things, and to have it be something that's going to be around 25 or 50 or however many 100 years from now, and both get the building working the way we'd really like to see it working, and make it really a message, at least to the campus. Because there's a lot of people who walk around who don't have a clue about SIP even, I think, even though they had to walk around trenches, everything. Did they know why that was happening in the real sense? So anyway, I just wanted to say, because I wanted to thank you and also acknowledge that, and the 3 students you pulled together to do this, that you guys have done a remarkable job, and we're not even done. So thank you. But the lab building, my first time in it, it was to go into that building and see the stuff that was there and hear about it was great. So thanks.
I think I was next. I just want to point out sort of a practical issue in terms of what we do as part of AJLC 2.0. So one of the other identities of AJLC has been that it's been the home for the environmental studies program. And as of this year, the program is environmental studies and sciences. You know, all of you know by now that from next year, we will have 2 majors, environmental studies major and environmental science major. So as we think about AJLC 2.0, I think it's also important to understand the needs of the program that lives in the building. And you know, my rough estimate is that in the short run, we will need at least 2 lab spaces. In the long run, if we're designing with the future in mind, maybe provision for up to 4 lab spaces. And these are like, you know, they need to be like flexible spaces when we have the right person hired, you know, so that equipment can be adapted into those spaces. We don't have to populate them, but that's sort of the short and long-term need from my perspective to support this major. And just to get into the weeds of it, like right now we are hiring for another, so John is an environmental scientist, we're hiring for another environmental scientist, and we don't have a lab space for that person. So we have been, you know, biology was generous to allow us to use one of their lab spaces that they could spare, but that's
Temporarily.
temporarily, and that's not necessarily an ideal solution for like an environmental scientist to be here and then their lab space to be across the campus in the science center. It may work temporarily, right? So I just wanted to, you know, flag that very practical side of a need for the environmental studies and sciences program, particularly since we're looking 25 years out. Oh, and I should just quickly follow up that it doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, it's not just the annex. I mean, you could even think about expanding the AJLC on that side a bit if you wanted to. I mean, whatever way we accommodate that need can be up for imagination, but the need is very real.
John.
Yeah, I want to bring together what several people have said so far, which is that, you know, obviously when people say the AJLC, first thing that comes to mind is this iconographic building. Like you say AJLC to anyone in the world, they think of this building. They don't quite think into the landscape usually beyond that, and they definitely don't think beyond that into the annex. I think we do need to shift that. And because I think for a whole host of reasons that Rumi has just articulated quite nicely, we need to frame the AJLC as encompassing that space over there. The Adam Joseph Lewis Center needs to encompass that space. Personally, and I felt this way when we made the decision to renovate that building, and I feel this way now. I think that whatever is over there should actually be a counterpoint to what's over here. I don't want it to compete with this building in any way. This building is what it is. And I just feel like you wouldn't want to create like a mini AJLC over there. I think it should serve a different function. And that's why, you know, the ideas that have been put forward about it being house scale, you know, affordable, not a, you know, this is an office building. This is a green office building that has a role in the world. There's another role for showcasing sort of house scale technology, which is why I think all of us, you know, and again, initially the idea was let's adaptively reuse an existing house. And it makes lots of sense that we did what we did, except the college didn't maintain it. And it really is, I think, not clear that it would be more cost effective or material effective to renovate it than to tear it down at this point, because it's in such bad shape. If we do decide, and I think that's a decision that we have to figure out. That's like decision number one over there. Is this a tear down and we're doing something new, or could you actually renovate this? But I think there's a lot of opportunity for doing a house scale of both sides, but also in terms of economy, so that we could really demonstrate a lot of technologies, show homeowners this is like what you could do in this location for passive solar architecture, super energy efficiency, but put a lab space in it, but again, treat it like it's a house. So I think there's just a real opportunity here on that front to do that thing. And it does need to be super flexible space inside to accommodate changing faculty in the program. I'm gonna retire in a few years, and so, you know, we need to accommodate shifting. This program is Rumi stated, but I think we do need to frame it as part of this, because if we don't, you know, it's gonna be a problem. It is part of this building. It's used to manage, you know, it's the lab for the living machine and other things. It is part of the program.
Did you have a short thing?
Yeah, I mean, this just popped into my head when you were saying that. I think Rumi saying we need multiple different labs, and you saying house scale made me think it could be interesting even to do multiple different types of projects over there. Keep one as an adaptive reuse and do another smaller type house scale to provide more
Maybe
lab
modular.
spaces, or
Even
you
as
know,
being modular.
one straw bale, one passive solar, whatever, you know, anyway, just wanted to put
Yeah, I
that
was
out
just gonna say,
Chris.
sorry, just a quick, just such an interesting kind of unlikely hybrid program combo of the house scale lab that feels like the right thing to do, but what an interesting design assignment. I didn't know if you're gonna live there after you retired upstairs.
Well, this
You know?
was an issue that came up quite a bit in the things was, and in the discussions, which I didn't know what to do with, because I thought it was kind of a crazy idea, but my students thought it was less crazy, which is actually having someone inhabit this space.
I mean, if it, then, yeah, it's just an interesting.
Well, it's a house. I mean,
Yeah,
it's a house
exactly.
scale,
Yeah.
house with lab.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Chris.
Lab manager place to live.
Yeah, I mean, really, just, my question is, as far as the embodied carbon, we talked about that quite a bit, and like you're saying, John, is it a tear down, is it a renovation, what it is? But really, just my question, Rumi already answered, what's the programmatic needs with the environmental sciences coming on?
Mhm.
It seems like that is something that is part of this process we should be identifying, that's all.
Russ.
I'm gonna take a little bit of a contrarian position about the building. I am gonna assert that. Every penny you put into that building is being poured down a hole,
This existing
the
building.
existing building. That
The
you-
the one next
The
door, or
annex.
the one next door,
Yeah.
not this
the
building.
one next door.
Yeah, the one next door.
I'm holding back.
So
You didn't know that about it, did you?
I think you could, if you could build a new building, the highest performance building, a living building over there. For the same amount of money that you're gonna spend trying to renovate that and getting to a fraction of the performance. And in the end, you could get a building that is fit for its purpose and not, as you described, it's a little too small, you can't see everything, we don't have enough labs, whatever. I think you could really do it over there, and this is, David's starting shaking over here, thinking, I'm gonna raise another $10 million, but the.
Don't go there.
But I do think that it is gonna be really hard. I mean, yes, you can get a good story out of it. I think that's right. But in terms of a world-class representation of the best we can do today, you have an opportunity, you have a program, you have a need, and that need is growing. Even if you put your existing labs into trailers for a couple of years and then move into a new purpose-built building that has really fabulous labs in it, I think you're not gonna spend a whole lot more money than getting a second-rate result over there. Not gonna be homey. I mean, you could try to
Could
be
make it
homey,
homey.
but it isn't going to feel like you're going into a house necessarily. Although Kevin, get Kevin to do a straw bale house and put labs in it.
Right.
A scenario where the entire process is a learning experience where you gotta go through, what does it take to demo a facility like this? What does it take to stand up something temporary that's also energy efficient while that's
Yeah.
happening, while you're building?
Yeah.
So, you could get some old refrigerated trailers that are insulated already and convert those into labs. And those can even be tied into the geothermal that's happening. Everybody can see how that could be sustainable from
And
start to finish.
Tie it into the living machine with its
Yeah.
waste flow. But
Yeah.
I think nobody else on this campus is gonna build the first living building in Northern Ohio,
Right.
except you all. So why not there? You
There's
have
no other living building, there is, Cincinnati Zoo has a certified living.
Oh. Yeah, I guess
They
that's,
You
do.
said North Ohio,
It
right?
also has senior controls.
I think it's maybe not fully certified, I think it's cuddle, it's not,
So-
yeah, it's not fully.
So,
Oh, it's only Paul.
you gotta, well, I'm next, and then you.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, well, I'm keeping stack, if you wanna argue with me, go ahead. Um,
That's
You
our
wanna do
power.
it.
So, a couple of things. One is, my first response was, well, we keep thinking about, interdisciplinary, et cetera. And the reason I turned and saw David's card, I was looking around and every building around here is a residential building. We are in a residential part of the campus. We are not in a part of the campus that, because again, first of all, I lived on the north end of campus, because that's where we lived. It was funny looking at yesterday at one point, we had a sort of an aerial view, just representation of the campus. And that building sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yes, it does.
South Hall,
Yeah.
this great big thing.
Yeah.
Well, North isn't quite as big because we didn't have the dining halls and stuff like that. But so down here I spent most time up there because that's where all the labs were. And that's where all the teaching building, you get down to the King building. I did a lot of stuff at the con. Well, so my first thought was, well, why the hell don't you use labs that already exist instead of building new labs? Because there are labs. And we talked yesterday about how somebody else plans the use of this building and other departments use parts of this building. So that was my first thought, but then and maybe it's and that's why, and it is mostly residential. I think it's quite possible that part of the pushback about building this building, and David would know, is this is not a part of campus that has academic buildings in it, and historically has not been. So, like I've said a few times in this group before, May Cottage used to sit out here, neat old little dorm, kind of like a mini Talcott. All got torn down. Unfortunately, none of the pieces got kept to be able to use in places like when we built this building, et cetera. So that was my first thought. There's labs. My guess is they're not constantly used, but I have no idea whether or not that's true. But if we were to build here, then I like the modular idea. I like the idea of building, make a separate building, but that we do it totally like we did. And as a part of what we're doing in AJLC 2.0, and that we make it a green building and make it as homey as we can for a new building, and demonstrating things that could be used at a household level instead of this is clearly a commercial building. To have it be something other than that, et cetera. So those two things kind of contradict each other, but those were the two things that came up for me. David?
Three things, real quickly. There's some history here. We had the money to tear that down years ago. Arthur Blank gave us a grant of 2.75 million, if I remember correctly. The administration decided to abscond with part of that would have gone into that to balance the budget. I have no idea what the exact amount was, but we were left with the decision to keep that building. I think we've made the best use you possibly could do of that. But that's the history. That's one point. Second point is, I think you gotta tear it down. Nickel diamond, I think Russ is exactly correct. You nickel diamond and you patch this up and this thing falls apart. Old buildings just don't last long. And that's not a particular, it's old, but it's not distinctive. There's no historical reason necessarily to keep it. Third point is this, if we do a new building there, rather than roll the fundraising into the AJLC, if that's a naming opportunity for a donor, that has a lot more chance of going through.
Right.
Instead of simply being a line item on the AJLC and I'll give you $5 million for this or whatever. Make that a naming gift, separate it out and have it be a distinctive building. My fourth point is this. We're talking about 2050 or beyond, and how I think I see the world is that environmental issues are going to grow. Not linearly, but exponentially. There'll be disciplines, sub-disciplines, different perspectives and so forth come about. So if we stop and think, if we were magically to fast forward to the year 2050 or 2075, what else needs to happen on this site relative to the issues and conditions that we can see coming at us? We've been warned of those things. Now they're happening and they're happening faster. So this is beyond my pay grade, but I think it's worth at least thinking about a new building there and perhaps a new orientation of the campus and perhaps space that's expanded beyond. Not that we would build it now, but we would leave space and enough stuff stubbed out to do another expansion there later. Because my bet is environmental studies or environmental sciences are going to grow. Mostly proportionate to the need for them to grow. And I think student demand, if AJLC 2.0 is successful, and it will be, student demand is going to grow. The new lab there is going to bring in more students. It's going to grow. Need is going to continue to drive this program in a way it's not going to drive other programs on the campus. So I'm thinking, and this is beyond this conversation, I admit this, but begin to think of the whole footprint here. This building, a new lab, and then what? And then what I think is worth thinking about that, even though we can't flesh it out and say, oh, we'll need this position, this position, this position. If you run the film backwards, we didn't know we'd need John Peterson. We didn't know we need rooming. You know, we had all these things happening in the world, but we hadn't thought through. And there was no master architectural plan, so to speak, for the faculty development. And so 4 points. We need a new building. That's the most important part. And the college owes it to us. They absconded with some money. I wouldn't present them with that.
Quite in that way.
No one remembers it.
Can I undo the tape there? Just turn the tape back, come on. But the new building, I think, ought to be done with a view that it isn't necessarily the last thing to be here. Those coming after us. After John, you've retired and gone, and you know, all of us are kind of out of here. There's gonna be another group come in here and say, God, I wish they had thought of, and then fill in the blank. And so that's my thought. I think we don't build something, we build the lab as best we can as a separate fundable project. But then think through how else could this be expanded for the future, if and when that time comes? It could be, it doesn't happen, but my bet is, if it's a horse race and I bet on the horse that this is gonna be an expanding discipline of necessity. And climate change is gonna be a big driver, impoverishment is gonna be a major factor. We're gonna get to the point where food systems fail. We're looking at a future where rainfall is gonna fall in the Midwest, storms are gonna increase, rising sea levels. There's gonna be a whole nother set of needs accompany this. So that's simply, that's simply what's in the future. We know that's coming.
So I'm just gonna use this. I had to say this the other day when one of you pointed at the lot next to the annex and said,
Mhm.
the college owns that.
Mhm.
I thought you were gonna point to the next building, which actually is 150 Elm Street. So, yeah, I was familiar with the tower room in the old May cottage. My first wife's first apartment was the second floor of 150 Elm Street. That next building, it's owned by the cottage, at the college. So if we just keep moving down that way, you know, we build a new building in what's currently the annex and the empty lot next to it. And then as we expand, there's room down there that the college owns to build another one. So, you know, some of the things I know about history here, well, why not?
If there is an architect brought to bear
Yes, we're
on,
doing all the shaking. I
lab
got the
building.
thing.
Lindsay and
If there's an architect brought to bear on the lab building, I think one of the assignments would be to think through what a larger expansion might look like 25 years hence, or whenever it might be. And so it looks like whenever it does happen, it looks like it was planned in advance.
Yeah.
Not that we go ahead and build it, we do the lab, but anyway.
Lindsay.
Okay, I just want to throw out a wild idea to me that feels like it would solve a lot of problems. It is too bad that you don't have an architecture major. It's really too bad, like even something in between.
Design.
Like, I mean, you said this about yourself. I say this about myself, that I went to Oberlin and I studied ecological design, not a major here. We were just commiserating over lunch about all of the silly classes that students take because they're interested in this building from an intellectual perspective. And so you end up having to take studio art for some random reason. You end up having to take, like, I was taking all these classes in architectural history because I just wanted to get myself prepared to do this stuff later. Just putting it out there, if you had a program that was even called something like design, something, you know, like anything in that realm that got you closer to preparing students for that type of thinking, and then you had some colleagues who were designers by background, it just opens up a lot of possibilities, and it would help with recruiting students who wanted to think about the things that this building, you know, essentially like provokes, and without that, I don't know why it popped into my head, but I was just sort of thinking like, yeah, there's a lot of schools that are trying to cultivate this type of idea, or that are maybe thinking about how to use these construction projects as pedagogical experiences, but typically they have an architecture program or something even just in that realm that allows them to justify this a little bit with a little bit of a heavier kind of, you know, institutional component that backs it up. That's all. I know that's a big one,
Cool.
but you know.
All right, so,
Am I up?
oh, John, you're up.
Thank you.
Oh, you. Oh,
On the lab, you know, David knows far more than I do about fundraising and, you know, the idea of it being a naming opportunity. I get all that. But I think it needs to be part of this design phase because there's a time sensitivity to the issue in the sense that, if we do hire another natural scientist, which we have permission to do, they need a lab space. If they start over there, it's going to be harder to move them back here later. It's a need we have right now. And I think if we think about that as a phase after this phase, I think it's actually problematic and ends up bifurcating the program and where, in terms of where our faculty are located. You remember when I was hired, we didn't have a lab space for me. I spent my first year over there. It was a total pain in the ass migrating back and forth, very difficult as a new faculty member to manage students engaged in your research who are across campus from you. It just doesn't work well. And so I really, although I understand your thinking on it, David, I just feel like it needs to be part of this design phase, even if part of what it is thinking about modularity and other things. And even if it's not the first thing we do in terms of it, I think the planning needs to be there now. I don't think it's something we can say it's a next phase. It has to be this phase. It just
John,
has to
what
be.
would be like if, you're talking about transition, I don't think we're talking about fundamentals. Could you put a temporary lab on that space?
I don't think we need to, because the thing is that house can stay there and it can be eked along for another 5 or 10 years, and we can build the lab in the lot next door, and then we can tear it down and put a wildflower meadow in there. I don't think there's a problem. I don't think there's a space issue of like, I don't think we need the trailer. We don't need that. We've got a lab there that functions perfectly well. And if what we're deciding is it's a tear down, then we just squeak it along for the next 5, 6 years, however long it takes to build that lab next to it in the lot next door. And I think it'd be beautiful to have green space between here and there.
The new lab.
Yeah, it just goes in the lot next door. So I think if we can pursue that as an idea, then we don't have a like, you need to tear it down, put something in temporary and build something. That would be really difficult to do. We have a building there that's functioning fine. It's just falling apart.
It's functioning, but it's just.
Well, it's gonna collapse, but it's not gonna collapse this year or next year or the year after. We can just say, we're not gonna put any more money into the damn building.
We could take it. Do we know that the college doesn't already have a plan for that empty lot?
I think they were thinking student dorms there once.
Well, yeah, I mean, unfortunately,
I mean, knowing
Joe
Joe.
could speak to that, but he's not, right?
What's your height restriction here?
He's not here. I don't know.
Gotta be at least that tall, right? So.
Yeah,
I honestly think we
So,
would
like,
need to build
downtown
a house scale building, and I think we could fit a couple labs in it.
Right.
We are gonna have buildings, not just Toy Rabbit, but there are, with the new residence hall that comes on. 402 beds, it's gonna free up with village housing, off campus housing. For students to move into that those buildings could then be repurposed. I mean, there may be pieces in place for either temporary use, but it wouldn't. Help with some of the existing programmatic needs of this building, like the living machine is is oversized for what we have, and so. The opportunities that a new, connecting the annex to it would provide, and also having colleagues working together in close proximity. There's just a lot of value in proximity with this right here.
I think a good architect will also be able to say whether or if it might be useful to attach a lab to this building. We did talk about that at one time. And that would allow that building to continue to function until it could be torn down. I mean, I think a good spatial analysis by architects would help us a lot. If you separate a new lab by one lot, it's kind of isolated and awkward. It's not dysfunctional, but it might not be optimal.
Yeah, you walk
would
through a
ask-
wildflower meadow to get there.
Well, I'd ask an architectural firm to come in and do some planning for us, help us think through what the options are with the existing space. Some rearrangement, if that's possible, but I think, John, if you're trying to raise money for that, that's gonna start it. Who knows, probably $1.5 million to do it right, because you got requirements for venting and all that. If that is a naming gift, it sure makes it a lot easier to raise money. And
Well,
that's not a small thing here.
This building already has a name,
That's right.
and so as part of AJLC 2.0. I kind of like the idea of a new separate building on the other side of the annex, and we do and work for a naming donation for that building as a new. As a lab to continue the development of having just brought online environmental science along with environmental studies, you know, hey, more power to you, let's go that way, but not tie it to this building and confuse this building. I think Rumi wanted to say something.
Yeah, so I really like this. I really like this idea that John has come up with from a pedagogical perspective and also from a demonstration perspective, which is, you know, create something that is house scale, because this is demonstrating technology at a sort of institutional building scale. So I do like the fact that that has a lot of new opportunities. I'm also not opposed to exploring the possibility of expanding this building. Maybe even connecting, you know, through a skyway or something to something else that, you know, that's very consistent in looks. You know, so I'm willing to have the open mind, with the caveat that I do like that idea and I see a lot of potential for and a lot of potential for passive design, like as Emery was saying, you know, can we actually build something that doesn't need a lot of mechanical energy and really illustrates what passive design can accomplish.
Yeah. Okay. Quickly.
It just sounds.
various options would look like. I mean, that'd be worth some money, but as far as fundraising for it, it's gonna be definitely hard to add that to the budget and get that kind of money without putting somebody's name on it.
Yeah.
And
So we'll do that.
I think there's a really good case to make for having a lab there, and that fourth point I'd make, I think we ought at some point think through what curriculum requirements might exist in 2025, 2050, 2075, and begin to think beyond this. Not that we're gonna do anything about it, but that we begin to plan with that idea of expansion still on the table, and we pay attention to it.
Kevin.
So I know we'll have a lot of opportunities to have further conversations about this, but the idea of then, you know, connecting these facilities together. You know, traditional architecture, traditional construction would say go up, but couldn't we go down in the name of being able to, let's say you had a tunnel that was underground in between these. You can continue growing things on top of the land in between there. But there's some functional mechanical things we could do with convective heating and cooling in between the two spaces at that point. Where you could demonstrate it, and it's functional from both a cost savings and efficiency standpoint in between the two buildings. I'd be interested to see how that falls in line with modern architecture as well. I mean, nobody's making tunnels that are like, you know, an educational tool as well. You know?
Yeah.
Just a thought.
Okay.
Maybe we could connect it with that door that no one, you know, the door we're in the mechanical room, we were wondering about. Maybe there's already a tunnel.
All right, well, we're like 5 minutes ahead. We can take the break.
We have a break coming.
And we have a
Let's do
break
it.
coming, so we take, and why don't we come in at 2:55 instead of 3.
Cool.
So
Oh, Bill's
Bill,
just
you're
coming
back just in time for our break.
Wait, oh, Bill, we were just literally about to go on break for 15 minutes. When you said.
You're coming back, Bill, had nothing to do with it, though.
You're like, "Ah, shit."
So we're gonna come back in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And we are gonna academic and pedagogy, and that's Rumi and Joseph. Okay.
Yep.
Good, let's take a little break. Thanks, everybody.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's even.
fundraising part.
Yeah, it'd be good to have
For
that.
sure. I just want to make sure that I didn't suddenly.
Charette, it's different.
Oh my God, you did not know. But if I wanted to get into your, Tuesday's class, I have another evening class that I'm just taking as like a. I mean, this is not really
Studies.
like revolution. I guess.
Isn't the architecture school at Berkeley called the School of Environmental Design?
Environmental design.
Yeah.
Follow that.
Same thing. Yeah, I think that's- Invasion, no, yeah, no environmental design except environmental.
It's part of the.
Very minimal.
No,
I think it all comes down to how you define environment.
Environmental technology class.
Space between
Yeah.
studies and architecture. There's nothing sacred about the way that architecture is taught. We're just discussing this, like there's an ecological design. You could call it that, I think, but you could call it environmental
You
design.
bet, design's a big word.
But I mean, that speaks to the point you're saying, David. I think increasingly what generations that are coming up in this world are focused on is solutions. We need more people who know how to solve the problems that we created for ourselves. So it's, yes, it's agriculture for sure, but it's structure, it's all sorts of
just plugging
things.
this in.
There's a lot about it that is rooted to the ideas that you guys have always talked about in this program.
You know, it's you spill into social sciences. We need to redesign a constitution as if it's on a planet with a biosphere.
Yeah. We need to
Yeah.
redesign,
So
understand.
the idea of, constitutional, design, that's not a,
Projects we had.
that's not a good point.
No.
We have to back and figure out how you design a different kind of.
What is business administration in a world where you have what's different? is
Everything's done.
Interesting to me.
Oh, okay.
There were several times that I've worked on campuses where we looked at the problem being offered and
Okay.
the first thing we
So
said
this is
to the
how
client was, you need to think at the larger scale. This isn't a nice.
Hey, what say I shift in or 30 minutes early or 6? Does that sound better for people? What do you guys think? All right.
Whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't.
Sure.
I don't recall. I don't recall that
Yeah.
client coming to us. It's always, we looked at it like, we gotta look at it, there's a bigger problem. But I think
Is
you're
the
right,
red
there
light
is a
because the
bigger
CO2
problem.
is
It's probably gonna grow.
No,
The question is, what do we do with
anything whatsoever. It's on the
And basically like the idea
Wasn't
of
originally intended to be like, oh, there's too much
environmental science,
Sensors on each of these windows.
So I can.
So it knows whether they're.
And,
closed.
that's
But I don't believe
agricultural.
that's.
So this could mean there's a window that's open, but the standards are.
That's a fertile area.
I think it's.
Then they.
It doesn't-
if you-
it's not clear whether it says-
So it embraces-
The windows are open now. You should open them right now. It could mean either, no one
That
ever,
gets us out of
there's
here.
no individual.
Well, that's just part of it.
But what I makes me think of is the idea that it creates.
Oh,
Feel like you're walking into the future.
that would be the
And
middle
it's
thing.
like-
It was actually shared in all the links that will get you, like, one of the links I have right here will get you to.
Because they-
The architectural drawings.
And we're still.
So, how about this? And this room,
I'm not sure here.
Not
Discussion.
give up.
This matters, value and-
How about this?
So.
How about branding? That's
Say 50,000, you know,
Exactly, very successful.
turning it
Yeah.
into a
So
graphic.
that, you know, not just straight architecture,
They don't do the program, we were like, we definitely.
you know, but they're doing it sort of through the engineering side. But the D school became that.
Yeah, but so this is not the original, this is the original took you straight out.
From design.
So-
Yeah, so it took you to really cool. It'd be cool.
The other day. Anybody here want to talk about values and engineering? Sorry, get out. We're not value engineering any of this space, and it's the fine. Like, it's- They will value engineer the worst possible way to
more
do it.
time so that you can solve it.
Yeah, in my mind.
Just have shade area in that
They-
thing.
Because
you can see
there's
no
way.
Which day are you looking? I have it for Friday, the 25th.
As
from
the
noon
structure of the
to
building for
1:30.
that project at NASA.
Oh,
And
right,
Actually, it's
they
from
did- they
11
had
yeah,
learned that
yes,
lesson.
right, yes, yeah.
Because there was
So
a
they couldn't
building, you know, this
evaluate
building in NASA.
We made it
in
part of the
California that was
seismic
a little bit like this building. They made it seismic
Yeah,
exoskeleton
that's
so
right.
that they couldn't value
Yeah.
engineer out the truck.
That's how serious we were. That was my day, though, I Charles was.
And then some of them made classes from 1:30. So I'm trying
Then
to,
I
like,
do still, I
squeeze it
mean,
in.
I know, I.
so that we don't have to
There
go
were
to
many sunny
weekend
days,
for-
I get it, there are lots of sunny days here. But I also think there's
I could easily do it on
something
a Saturday.
architecturally to really
Then we won't be
enhance
constrained by
about the
now,
space in
but
the sense
I don't
that it
wanna.
just kind
Yeah,
has
now,
its face out to
And
the
and the
sun
plant
in
folks
this
and
way.
everybody
that
else,
should
there's
make
so
it
many
feel
staff
really
members.
warm compared to
So that's why I
everywhere
try to squeeze it into this
else.
gap.
And I think if you put too much
Okay. And then
tree activity up in the front,
1-hour
it might
lecture
take
on
away from
SIP
that sense that you're sort of basking
on
when you
Wednesday,
can
the
do that.
23rd.
Right.
So just
Well, the idea was
Wednesday
that
before that
vegetative
field trip,
trellises
so
are
this tour.
deciduous, so you spent the winter
I see,
basking in
yeah.
the sun and you spent the
And then
summer in the
summer.
shade.
Okay,
Wednesday, the 23rd.
That's energy and.
Society.
yeah,
and
that
then
would work, especially if it were
evening
really,
class from
really
7
summer, like,
to
like
8.
what,
Yeah,
who
let's
was
say
it that
7
was
to
saying,
8:30.
like. You still want it there.
So essentially,
up
it's a
to,
package
like,
that you,
April.
you make the.
And then you-
class about the
Guess I did
city
get-
broadly.
Yeah, because it's still
You
kind
can
of.
prep
shorter
them
season
about the field
April
trip
here
and then
until
it's
May.
followed by the
That's a
field
question
trip.
for
when
the
they start
architect.
seeing it.
Yeah, like what
Get the right
can be.
So that's
What time
time.
is the
Yeah.
class? on the
7
23rd?
to 7:30.
Yeah.
When do they
Okay,
leave?
you meet from 7 to 9:30, the last 1 hour I'll do something else. Okay, so you come in. and
Yeah, it
start and
should-
you'll be done by 2:00.
Like every.
Groups don't write the statement. Works away break the components of the statement into separate points and get bullet item, and this way.
And then the
You got
other one where it's
a
optional for you,
useful-
like where John gives an overview of the building systems and does that thing. Do you want to be there in
Instead of
that
writing
class?
pros,
I was going to invite Brandon, but,
I think Brandon is always better.
and for SIP, will it be just you or you and Brandon or you and invite somebody else? Like, Jeannie could zoom in or whatever you think is best.
You may.
I mean, it's up to entirely, if you think that.
Going that
you
way.
want to invite somebody,
And folks in the evening. if
It
they're
does,
able to,
right, but if you're comfortable doing it by yourself, then that's most efficient as well. So I will send you,
Okay.
their invites.
I
on
will
this.
work on confirming the, point there.
He was on program once, Bill McKinnon and myself, I was the third speaker and we got up and all that. I'm sitting back in the green room and Bill was great, guy working with wheel. There's all this techie stuff going on and stuff. But it's not working. I'm like, coordination like this and like this. Okay, right now.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Oh, of course. No, I mean, this is, it's, I enjoy it. I know Brandon enjoys it. We're here.
Real
Right,
world.
and this is the class that draws for students who are actually
Under third
interested in.
speaker.
Yes.
Yes.
Here comes the truth.
Okay.
All right, wonderful.
I must say, as a practicing architect, there was a lot of listening to Amory going, boy, this sounds so seductive, but how can you really do
I
that?
was actually gonna say that.
That's right. You know, Amory's staff, they give you 2 talks that are online, 3 talks that are online. And there's a Grand Canyon that goes between the staff and you. And it runs to this very day. Incredible idea. It's like having a friction-free world. And wait a minute, I mean, there's friction, and there's slippage between the Sago and the Asbest.
And Avery doesn't acknowledge that stuff.
Yeah. But.
But
It's
it's
very
great
valuable
stuff.
purpose.
I mean, that's great. I think it's, it's real world stuff. Avery assumes that the equipment is gonna be built to spec, installed as instructed, operated by near genius people.
Yes, maintained. daily.
Maintained it.
Yeah.
And with the substantial amount of prayer. And all work. He is a genius.
No, there's no question.
More synaptic activity in that brain than anybody else.
It's humbling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, Chris, be ready to go to the administration.
Sure
Yeah,
is,
they're,
isn't it?
they're both boys here in 10 minutes, so.
Oh,
We're going to tell them what's up. Yeah, I got the pitchforks and the torch in
I
my
like-
car.
Dangerously complicated.
Sure, and it wasn't, yeah, and that's true, and I mean, I think there's a real cultural mismatch between folks and those that are interested in the highest tech or relationship.
Yeah, it's a 30-year-old mentality, people that just don't, I mean, don't take away what I've been doing for 30 years, it's like, what we've been doing for 30 years. Doesn't really even apply in this industry anymore.
Totally.
And so, man, people, I mean, my software company is taking it a big round. And
Right.
all the good went out from a go out and maybe they were, like, we're sort of about.
So what is the plan then for this?
I think, well, we should talk to John, but I think, like, if you can't work on an AI sort of like edited summary, I think it would be ideal to get that out, like, I'm picturing that being like at the end of the session. Like, not today, but like tomorrow, Sunday,
Okay,
and I think Chris and I could work on that. I think it wouldn't be that hard.
okay.
I think tomorrow, we should just put our points in like kind of best, sort of like
Yeah,
come in with like a few things to say. I mean, I don't think it's a big deal if like, you know, everybody is here for the conversation. So
Yeah.
it's like, whatever we can do to summarize the most important points, I think would be helpful.
I think that sounds good, and I think I find that very doable. just,
Yeah.
like, Going into the document and
Mhm.
doing a bunch like
Yeah, I don't think it has to be that in-depth or like intense. I think it's just pulling out major themes to kind of move on from.
Yeah, because we have, I guess I could work on it during the shift.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mm.
I could help with that.
I was probably like you and.
Yeah,
just,
I
like,
mean,
saw it and I was like,
Also
This makes
understand
so much
that
sense.
you don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, I just know I won't be able to likely work on it on Sunday, but
Okay.
Saturday.
Are you working Sunday?
okay, well.
Or just prepping for classes? Oh, yeah, okay. Never mind. So you're working all day?
Yeah,
Yeah.
So that.
I actually really do have a lot to do because I can't help at all today and tomorrow, so
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
have to do all the prepping in the morning.
Yes.
It's essentially like the monthly process.
Well, we'll figure it out.
But
Yeah.
we were
It's
studying
not
at a price point.
a big
that
difference.
was more geared to the companies that wanted the.
I need some time to like,
Retention.
and to drink it right now so I can wake up. I feel like I'm getting so sleepy.
I know. Oh, I wish I had more
We
coffee.
tried to make this place both about energy and about comfort. People only really wanted to pay for the energy. They only wanted to pay what they were saving on energy. We had kind of counted on it being more of a like basically like adding more value to the facility in such a way that we could justify a higher price point. We could never make it cheap enough. But it was mostly because of all this shit with in our building. It was that we had a ton of issues with cybersecurity, had a ton of issues getting access, and we'd be far along, talking to somebody. And they tell us they had
What could you, I mean, because it was wrong? Okay.
Like, they were. Right up back then.
Yeah.
All stuff, and the guys were smart about cybersecurity things in the building. Actually, one of our other co-founders went on. to start this company that's- So we're trying to establish like but basically like a solution. For companies like ours, who want to plug into sort of corporate heavily secure networks with their small applications.
This is so confusing. There's a sign over here that says, "Do not open these windows." Where?
We also said, that's how we started.
Oh, interesting.
That's so strange though, because this says when light is on. I don't quite understand how that.
I think that says for the
Oh.
They
did.
When it's lit.
So we built this up, it talks that every.
Open window, oh,
But that's apparently always been wrong.
okay.
And we've done, I've actually gotten trained to do some lawn to back next.
2 hours left.
I was like, you're losing this building.
Are you excited for your section? Your section's next,
We're
right?
coming in.
Academic and pedagogy.
Yeah, well, especially.
Oh, are we recording our break?
Uh-huh.
That's exciting. Don't say anything like that. What? I know, what's the AI gonna do?
It's Gisette and Sammy bumped into AI's capability.
But there was basically that you could use it.
I love how it describes, I like all the scenarios it made up
10
for
minutes was
the,
fine. That's all you
you
need.
know, it would be like.
You could actually get, and this is.
Party after many years.
So, I thought that was fantastic. In fact,
Really hard.
I sat there and I've listened to.
The
so many
AI
videos
summaries
that
of the
Stephen
envisioning
channels,
sessions.
And I was like,
Oh.
ooh, I want
Because
that
there's-
one. You're actually asking whether we could.
It's
have it.
really funny.
And, like,
Because
put
it
into
gets, a
what
lot of
we
it is
can
really
see
right, but I
right,
think it
which
gets,
is what
because there was usually like a 3-minute period at the beginning of each call, where it was like just John and a couple of people.
Yeah.
And it did not know what to make of that in the context of the broader thing.
Yeah.
These are so good, it's crazy.
I know.
I was looking at
Go
Joe's the
Walmart.
other day. What?
Go Walmart.
And so I go to a meeting.
I was looking at Trader Joe's and they looked bad.
with
They did
Everybody
not
at
look good.
J2. And
But I
Jason
was
doesn't
tempted.
show up.
Like $3 a bag.
These are so good.
Does anybody know where he's at? So Jamie Lee, who took over that product. So that was, there's Jeff Jack, you probably were dealing with Todd Lash and Tom Rule. Or Henning Sanford, or any of the people, like if it was UK corporate, I know it's a totally separate team.
No, it wouldn't have been you quite
Okay,
corporate
so,
people.
so here would have been like, Jamie would have been on the Tritium side of things, you would have had Steve Brenz on custom applications team, like all these people, like we all hang out. And
I'm gonna
I
look.
still go to their houses in Louisiana and just hang out with their families sometimes, we just always became good friends. And so, I remember sitting there listening to some of these ideas, we end up going, Jamie and I leave, we go to
You
find
see what they did to
Jason.
this tree
He's
yesterday?
in his office, in a pair of sweatpants, playing his PlayStation.
Big
And we're
haircut.
like, we're having like a big meeting about all these.
Judge
design
Prude.
options. He's like, yeah, I can't be bothered. And we're like, all right, let's see how that works out.
I wonder what
Like a
Ben
year
thinks of
when
that.
Siemens totally owns you.
Brad. Wasn't
Yeah.
Brad going to zoom in for a
Yeah,
second?
no, it's true. We should do very different thing. I left right before the Siemens acquisition, which I don't
Brad
remember.
Meltzler?
I guess the only person I knew there, and this makes sense to me, is this guy when he was there.
Okay,
He was their head director of business development
Okay.
for like 12 years or
you see
something.
the payout those guys got?
No,
That was what motivated them. It was like, I wanna say the whole acquisition was like north of 200 million, close to 300 million.
that's good.
And it
That's
was like
really
split
good.
This is the
amongst
best
four
watching
founders.
Yeah,
environment.
nice. Wow, yeah.
Yeah.
On
ours is
campus.
50, but it's great. It helped me
Mm.
pay
Say
my
people
down
watching?
payment.
Just like
But-
watching.
Watching anything? No, it's pretty good.
Any state in the south. but
Fishbowl in the sky.
Well, and so
Everybody
we go down
I'm seeing, it's like
to,
identifiable.
We're in Nashville. We're down in Nashville and I was doing the early adopters training down there.
Yeah,
I was furious the whole time I'm there. I'm like, you guys did a whole bunch of stuff wrong here. The licensing no one will ever pay for double licenses from back points. They're never gonna do that. It
yeah.
has to be incorporated into the core product. And then they're like, you can't have failover servers for this stuff, but yet the computers are our responsibility. And that was different than the way that Siemens used to do
Right,
things.
right. Yeah,
You had to buy everything twice. So
yeah,
everything became twice as expensive, but with less functionality.
yeah.
And I'm like, well, you're headed down the wrong path there.
Yeah, it's just so frustrating in the world of controls, just
I
how,
don't get it,
how
like-
like, I think people kind of, What is the use, there's a term for this, it's like, you're basically like penny pinching rather than focusing on the larger dollar amount that.
Stepping over dollars to pick up dimes.
Yeah, that.
Were you in the?
Stepping over dollars
is
to pick up dimes
a
is exactly the
scientist
problem.
yet?
and it seems
Like, were
like
you
those
in there
industries have
with their
always had-
chemists, or were you?
It has something to do with.
In
the
there
fact
what?
that
Were
a lot
you-
of
were
bigger
you-
guys
were you
Are still
being a
selling so
chemist
much
for the
hardware that
EPA,
they
or
don't.
was it-
Well, I
really-
start, that's how
They're
I
branch
Think of that.
organizations.
got in
And they just don't focus,
to
so here's what
EPA.
I've
And
discovered.
again, I was in the,
Is that you have the branch
Cost of research
organization
and
that cares about
development,
institutional type
Mhm.
facilities,
most people
hospitals, schools, government, whatever,
may not
right?
even
Very
know
large
this, but,
systems.
Yeah.
you know, it's
And basically everything
We
that's
had
maybe like
13
15,000 square
locations
feet or
around the country at
smaller,
one point.
that's
We had-
garbage. I don't
We were in the
care about
National
that.
Marine Water
That's
Quality Lab, there was a
91%
National Freshwater Lab up in Duluth,
91% that's
There
not
was
being touched.
another marine lab down in
So-
Belcrest, Florida, there's a lab in Cincinnati,
Doing it that scale, 'cause they were
there was a
really-
lab in Las Vegas, which actually
Yeah,
got started
East Baton Rouge was
because
doing
of
it too,
what
and
become
like, here's what happens,
the
Chase. I keep going, you know, like,
euphemism that
let's find
DOE
it.
came up
No,
with
don't
for the
touch small
Nevada
buildings
test site,
anymore. It's like they, like,
was the Nevada
It's backwards.
um,
it's so backwards.
Yeah, I know.
You don't
Environmental
understand that
Research
we
Center
need
or
to take
something
all
like
these
that.
smaller facilities,
Um,
build something that
but-
absolutely
so I-
scales down to them.
I was
then aggregate a
actually
whole
a
bunch of
chemist for
small
only,
buildings
I don't know,
together.
4 or 5
mean, you've
years,
got-
maybe.
You know,
But then
that building is the same as
I
the building
started-
that's
I
right
did
next to
just
it.
about
like, you know,
everything
it's
you
just
could
every
do.
time we've got these twins,
There's a
like, that should cost you less money to.
quality
implement,
assurance
because
manager, I
you're-
was
you're front loading your
a
costs.
supervisor,
Then just replicate it in the
Yeah.
second one.
you
Oh,
know,
They have
division
it close, right?
director.
You know,
Yeah.
this.
But
Yeah.
mostly what I
Yeah.
was
Oh, crazy.
Behind.
a facilitator that worked
Right.
with target groups of people from 3 to 300 or 400 at a time. That's what I really loved. Yeah, it's very cool.
They get you there, right? Did you get a chance to sit this way?
It's really, like I said most often about the time I worked there was it's really cool, especially when you've got 300 or 400 people. When it all of a sudden, you know, you've got an agenda, you're working it, when it works, that's great, and sometimes it just the room just comes alive. It's all that, so, you know, really, and when it didn't work, what I always did was said, okay, so what do we?
That'd be really cool. We can compare, it's, cause I've got the Zoom summary too, but maybe that one's better.
I'd be interested to see.
He's using AI on his phone and this AI summary,
But a lot of things.
Divided all the sections out,
needed all the sections sort of labeled
And also like.
just on film.
where you can fill the gap.
Like
Yeah,
that,
check it out.
you know, programs, priorities.
Here, so let's start with the summary right here at the top, right? And then each one of the sections we go through.
Google AI.
This is Fireflies. We use this in our software meetings all the time because it like goes and organizes everybody. Comes up with like, what are your next steps? What mood were the people in? Are they potentially lying? Like what kinds of stuff? Find out what mood you were in.
Yeah, right.
Pick out, here's the project info.
I wonder if it can identify what variety of documents.
And you can actually link them to one of those sound bites that are in there. It's still processing. I'll send this over to you guys. You guys can have access to that.
But.
We just use this for every meeting we're on.
What's this called?
It's called Fireflies.
That's how that works. But I still choose to.
So you guys, I did post the Zoom AI for this morning now.
We can also wash that back through this afterwards. What you
Oh,
recorded from Zoom, so.
fancy.
Man, these people
All
are
right.
seriously geeking out on this.
Yeah, no kidding.
It is time for Josette and Rooney.
All right. I
So
started.
Gisette is going to start off.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna start by giving.
Wait, we are up on our meeting.
Put this like.
I'm gonna start by giving a little bit more of a student perspective, and then Rumi's gonna talk about the experience of a professor in the AJLC, and we're gonna be talking about academics and pedagogy. So from our envisioning sessions, one thing we really got was that environmental studies students have like overall been pretty involved in the AJLC in terms of the environmental dashboard, the living machine, monitoring and displaying the systems. That's been something that has made an impact on students. But beyond that, at least as a student now, I don't think as many ENVS students are taking advantage of the space, especially the atrium space, as they could be. I think you have a handful of students that take advantage of the ESIC, but other than that handful, like, I feel like it's pretty forgotten about. And we have some people on our call saying they didn't even know about it until their last year at Oberlin. And I think, one, the communication for that needs to be better. And we just want to make these spaces that students can be in, but that's another issue. But having this center that houses an environmental studies major, it's just critical that this building acts as a teaching tool for the NVS students. It's important that students feel engaged in the space, and that they're working closely within it. I think things like the Living Machine offer a really unique opportunity to learn, but one that other buildings around campus don't have, but then also other schools don't have. And I know for me at least, and this was echoed on our envisioning session calls, but this is like why I came to Oberlin. It's what differentiated this environmental studies program from other environmental studies program, and it really gave it a home. And I think that's why a lot of ENVS majors are here. But then they come and then they don't interact with the building as much as they could be. So I think in having conversations about academics in the AJLC, one thing that I find really important is interdisciplinary learning. I think this shouldn't just be a space for the AJ or for environmental studies, and I had mentioned that in my little presentation yesterday. But this should be a space that not just ENVS students come to, and this can be a space where students can learn beyond the environment, but also start to get interested in it. I don't think that this space should be limited to students that already have that interest. I think it should be a consistent learning space for everyone. That just seems really important to me. And then also this idea of a living archive, which I also mentioned yesterday, and which we've kind of been talking about today. The AJLC does not tell its own story well enough, and I think that like working closely with Nicholas and Sammy and John on this project, I've learned so many things about the AJLC that I didn't know before, and it has sparked this new interest for me. And I think that can be a really valuable opportunity for other ENVS students, whether that be in class, like an AJLC organization. Like there's just many opportunities for that. And then also lastly, the last thing I'll mention is in terms of learning environments. There is room for improvement. Someone on an envisioning session, or actually multiple people, had mentioned the acoustics in the classroom, especially this one over here. It have a really high ceiling, and so if you're sitting in the back of the classroom, the sound isn't really reaching you as well. When we went down to the auditorium yesterday, we saw similar issues with lighting. I think you had mentioned that about students in your 101 class, and I just felt the same way. It was an interesting class, but you have dim lighting, it puts you to sleep, you know. And I also think I love the classrooms downstairs because they really foster, and even this room, it fosters conversation, but then you have other classrooms that just so do not. And I think that is such a pillar of environmental studies, is open discussion and communication, and I think that needs to be better integrated in the classroom. So that's my bit.
Thank you, Giselle.
Yeah.
So I was thinking about pedagogy and AJLC and the landscape of pedagogical opportunities involve a lot of different types of audiences. So, you know, it may imply that we're just talking about integration with classes, but that's just one aspect of it, right? So you know, we teach classes that relate to the resources this building have, and that provides an opportunity for students to experience them. So I teach energy and society. where students have the opportunity to look at the electrical and mechanical systems. And if they're more accessible, more visible, it directly informs that class. Under the new environmental science major, we anticipate more focus on building science. And if there are new classes on building science, then those classes can directly benefit from the buildings. And so that's one aspect of, pedagogical opportunities. Then at the next, going down the list, the next level is the experiences of all environmental studies and sciences majors. So as Giuseppe was saying that, being a major, a lot of the things about AJLC was not known to Giuseppe earlier on until you engaged in this process, right? So how do the majors experience the building? So that's level 2. Level 3 is how do students in general on campus experience the building? So it's not just the majors that go to the building. We want this to be a space that's more accessible. And even in terms of courses, in this building, we have courses that are politics courses and econ courses that are taught in these classrooms, right? So how do those students who are not majors experience the building? Even in our intro class, about 2/3 of the students will not become majors, right? But they will have taken that class and experienced this building. So that's the third level, that general students. Then at the fourth level, so I'm identifying all the stakeholders here, you have tours, right? So this is prospective students to Oberlin, other visitors, other organizations. I know that the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District is currently working with Ben to schedule a tour of the living machine and other facilities, right? So how do formal tours inform people participating in those? So that's level 4 in my opinion. And then you have people who are almost like having a self-guided experience. They walk through the building, they happen to come to the building, pass through the building. How do they experience the building? How do members of the community experience the building? And I know that some of it falls into public pedagogical opportunities. And then you have this question of how do the rest of the world experience the building? Right? Like AJLC right now, even data on AJLC is accessible through the web, right? So anyone, anywhere could actually access the building, look at its energy production, look at the solar performance, learn a whole bunch about the building, right? So how can we sort of maximize those experiences as well for the rest of the world to maximize its learning opportunities? Now, from an instructor's perspective, I want to quickly share an anecdotal story, which is in my energy and society class, and Kevin, we talked about it yesterday over dinner. I used to take my students to Trail Magic, which is called McDaniel's Place. And that's a passive, that's a climate positive residential home. The net exporter of electricity. That's the house that has that dry basement without the sump pump and everything. Now, the way that field trip worked is that Carl had everything inside the house labeled with small posters. Okay, and it's nothing fancy in that particular case. 8.5 by 11, printed large fonts, stuck on the wall that talks about the R value of the wall and what kind of wall it is. Stuck on the battery backup system and explains what the battery backup system is doing. And then the entire experience was self-guided in the sense that, all right, just go around the house, experience it, come back, and then we will have a conversation. And students would go around and they would look at those systems. Everything is labeled, accessible explanations of what those different things were doing. And then you come back and then you share, somebody will say, I really liked, that particular system. And then we say, let's talk about it. Even daylighting and everything was labeled. So almost like that, and that was done at a very low cost, very simple way. But in terms of AJLC 2.0, I think we have the opportunity to do a much more professional, much more well thought out system of experiencing the building with proper signage. Some of the suggestions was AI assistant. We can explore all the new technologies. There can be, QR codes that launches a short video explanation, all kinds of ways the building could be experienced. But I think, that's something we need to really explore as part of it for all of those different audiences, starting from specific classes that are going to take a deep dive all the way to how the rest of the world experiences the building.
Okay. Ben or Lindsay, I'm not sure which one.
Yeah, I think it was me. What Rumi just said, I feel like I need to unpack that and get my head wrapped around it. But I had initial thoughts on what Josette had said, because a lot of that are things I've thought about. ESIC is such a unique space, and for those of you uninitiated, it's the Environmental Studies Information Center. It's a small library at the end of the hall, and is sort of it's a difficult nut to crack, because it is a highly underutilized location. You can argue that a traditional book-based library scenario isn't necessarily the most current way to think about a usage of space. It has gone through subtle transformations. It is staffed by students that are, their mission is really not super clear necessarily. And it feels like a potential opportunity for development and growth, because it feels somewhat rudderless, put it that way. It is a beautiful space. I think it has a lot of cool potential. And then the other is the atrium, and I agree 100%. I mean, when I first got here, we had significantly less seating space down there, and it's a relatively cold, both in a literal sense and in a sort of aesthetic sense. We want people to congregate there. I think it lacks some of the sort of we would call it eddying spaces, right? Places where you can either be by yourself or congregate in small and enjoy that space. Maybe it's only for a little bit of time before you leave, but it doesn't have the warmth and the layout to really capture that. We do have people that will come and spend quite a long time in here. I don't know that it is as heavily used as it could be. Maybe that's furniture choices, maybe that's furniture locations, right? Nicholas and I were talking earlier about potential options for some reconfiguration down there to leverage some better views and to create smaller spaces. But I love the idea of getting to be a bit more dynamic in both of those places.
Okay, Lindsay.
Yeah, this is speaking mostly to what Josette was talking about around sort of the student experience and what makes people want to come into the building. I had said this over breakfast, I think, but just want to say that I think you have to deal with the physical coldness in order to deal with the cultural coldness, and so there's something to be done there. It won't necessarily bring people in just to have it feel a little cozier and warmer, but I think it would go a long way towards that helping. And I was just thinking, this is my dumbest idea of the day, but I was thinking about the womb chairs and how they are the most popular place for students to sit in this campus, as far as I understand. I don't know if that's still true, but it certainly was 25 years ago. So like, I wonder if there's something kind of fun and almost tongue in cheek to think about with, I mean, it's totally a biophilia thing that hopefully Phil's going to talk about. That, like, maybe there's a way for this building to develop its own iconic chair that feels like a comfortable space that's not that same design, but that kind of pays homage to it and provides this new space that people are like, oh, I want to go sit there. That's where I want to be today. And yes, maybe I'm going to take a nap, but that's all right.
What is the ratio of sleeping to work in those wing chairs?
Horrible.
That's a perspective thing.
But that's okay.
Russ,
So, two thoughts. One is, and I don't know the nature of the curriculum here, but if there was a communications major or a marketing major or even a studio art major where there could be some kind of linkage that helped you all to present your information here in the building. Would also bring some other people in here, but then it would be student work that was being exhibited to tell a story. That's one thought. The other thought is, there's so many museums, particularly performing arts centers, whatever, have these big banners outside these days that say what the current is. And you have all these places where you could do banners. I have one in mind that I want to see, and it says, "Feed me. The living machine is hungry. Have a seat." What the hell is that about? They come in, or it says, as of October 1st, we've created all the energy we need for this year. The rest is yours. Or just to make the point in a little provocative way that people go, wonder what the hell they're talking about. And then someone else says, oh, they're talking about, and get a conversation with. I think it could be kind of in your face out here. You got all this frontage, let's take advantage of it. Good idea. I like to feed me though. I want credit.
It's the
yeah,
the boot camp.
Cindy.
Yeah, apologies that I had to duck out for a bit, and I don't know whether,
Josette.
I'm sorry, I almost called you Jeanette, and I knew that wasn't right. Whether Josette said this, because I walked in just as she was finishing up, but, having taught in the auditorium down there, I hate it. I hate that auditorium with a passion. And the room up here, the second floor room up there, I have a really, really hard time with the acoustics in that room. And so the auditorium in particular, it's very old fashioned, classrooms now, it's much more likely to have tables and chairs that you can move into different formations, which these other rooms do, Anyway, it's dark, it's windowless, it is completely disconnected from nature. The seats are small and crowded and you can't move them around. And I would love to teach in this building, but I will not teach in that room. So my 2 cents.
We could probably add windows.
Yeah.
I mean, it comes out of a period when AV considerations meant you had to have dark rooms. It is not that way.
Add a skylight.
Yeah.
Just get ambient light. Just.
Actually, a really good idea. Definitely want to flag that one. I love teaching in that room, but I totally get what you're saying, Cindy.
Kevin, this
Well, 2 thoughts. One is, acoustician on board to just address a lot of these issues, they are solvable problems. They need expertise to address them, but they should be addressed. The other is, I think part of the design study, so much is the feedback has been around the programming and use and expanded use of the building. As those things are identified, I think some design depiction of what that means in terms of furnishing, just concepts, because that space, it wasn't really in our scope, not to excuse the original design. Furnishing wasn't in the scope, and we wanted it flexible, and it was left flexible. In the interim from 2000 to now, think about it, the whole hospitality realm came into office space, Starbucks, Bloom, the third space emerged. I mean, so many things have happened. People have laptops they want to plug in and can work remotely, and they want to linger, and it's a whole different world. So I think really creative design expertise as part of the thinking that conveys the potentials is a really essential part of because that's the heart of I guess that and living machine are sort of the hearts of this building, and they need to be really vitally alive. And furnishing, I call it furnishing, but that will add the warmth, that will add the comfort, that will add the community, that will add the flexibility. All of those things are a wonderful design opportunity. Over.
Lindsay.
Yeah, I just wanted to at least throw in, since we're talking about the academic now, when you mentioned that there may be room for sort of more building science types of courses. So I thought I would just maybe like brain dump what I think might be good, sort of more, yeah, more interesting things that are newer in building science or something that might be worthwhile to consider. And I think there's, first of all, a possibility to do some of this life cycle analysis stuff that I was talking about earlier around embodied carbon for any of the renovations that take place, or even of the existing building, trying to kind of better understand what some of the bigger impacts of this building were, or understanding its historical carbon footprint or water footprint or something like that would be fun and interesting to the field right now. And then I think, yeah, I mean, honestly, you could do a lot with more, some of the more advanced thermal comfort monitoring types of stuff. Like, there's got to be something to be done that helps to understand, in particular, sort of the full on, you know, mean radiant temperature issues that this building has to sort of think about comfort in a new way. So there just might be kind of a cool thermal comfort class that could focus on, have you ever done those kinds of
I'm looking at
sensors?
Kevin right now, who I'm hoping is not totally tuning out.
I'm not.
Kevin, what is there on monitoring for thermal comfort right now? Are you
Like,
aware
do you
of
have
anything on that?
Other than temperature and humidity, do you have any
Yeah,
radiant
something more
temperature
sophisticated.
measurement?
So there's some interesting stuff that's coming out that is coming from FLIR. And it's just it's a thermopile array, and
Yeah.
it looks just like a camera that sits in the room, but it's picking up on all the hotspots.
Yeah,
And we've been using that for watching discharge, air and return cycles as it flows through a building.
But
Yeah.
not like
They're interesting,
comfort,
but
like the experience of a
comfort,
person.
yeah. There's like a thing we have at Berkeley's lab that focuses on thermal comfort. It's a cart that you walk through of a space, basically, that takes the radiant temperature of a space to better understand what it feels like to be a body in that space, not just the air temperature or humidity, or, you know, so it has an airspeed thing on it, and a mean radiant temperature
It's
thing.
like a
and-
virtual person.
It's a virtual
experiencing.
person, right, and then it takes the measurements, but like there may be something cool to do that would then further help inform where the comfort issues would be most in the building, and then you can kind of use that to iterate on the design.
You know, we talked about, the frustrating thing about this is that you've got the really cool stuff that we're talking about that we want, which ends up in sort of like this widget space.
Yeah,
And then it doesn't speak any sort of building automation language. So that's like automatically just put in the, you know, circular bin from everybody who's doing controls. There isn't some way to immediately bring that data in. And I think that we're right around the corner from seeing bridges that do things like that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
my software teams end up working on things like that. And you and I were just talking about what Comfy would have
yeah,
done. So
exactly,
maybe that's something that eventually springboards out of here.
yeah, it'd be cool, yeah,
So-
totally, yeah.
Roomy.
Yeah, so building on what Russ mentioned earlier, we do have a studio art major. And I think the college is in the process of starting a communications major, right? With creative
Yes.
writing and other programs. So both of those things are in the pipeline.
And there's gonna be a course on marketing, actually.
Wonderful. So, but what I wanted to say is that those of us who interact with this building or live in this building, I'm sure like any of us will have like a range of ideas about what to do to make this place comfortable. But since we're going through this formal process, it will be really nice to engage with studio art, communication, and maybe, you know, people who specialize in interior comfort and cultural diversity within spaces, and, you know, because, you know, I think in the end of the day, we want like professionals to hear from all of us, get all of our ideas, and then produce something that builds on their experience and expertise. So that would be the suggestion, is that, you know, I think we do need like expert intervention into properly get all the ideas together and come up with the design for the major spaces we're talking about, particularly the atrium, the upstairs common spaces, the ESIP and so on.
Joseph.
All right, I feel like as many possibilities or chances as possible, students should be involved in pretty much every stage of this process, but especially when talking about, academics, and when you were talking about, marketing and communication majors, like helping, tell the story and, communicate these things, I think that one, this has been such a valuable experience for us, meaning Nicholas and Sammy and I being involved in this, and I think that this will, by having current students involved in the stages of this process, you're addressing the issues with people's academics, like, the perspective that I have and that Sammy has and that Nicholas has is different than, another student, and I think that getting those voices here is really crucial, especially like that is how the AJLC was created. Like students played a huge role in envisioning what AJLC 1.0 would be. And I think that if we're talking about, revitalizing the AJLC, you do so with students now. And I also think that addresses that issue of, proposing this to the school. You want to say like how students are being involved, and that's how you do it, by making them involved. And I think as much as possible, they should be. Yeah.
John,
Yeah, a lot of interesting ideas coming out here. Sequencing is the word that I'm thinking of in my brain right now. So the goal of these few days is to package something together that allows us to figure out what we need to do next in terms of bringing in outside expertise, putting price tags on it, and then that next level of packaging for both administration, but also for fundraising. So I do think we need to like rein ourselves in a little bit in our thinking in terms of like just the expansiveness. We need to define the things we need known. Like, is there an acoustic expert we need to have as part of this team? We know we need to have HVAC people involved. We know we need to have energy people involved. What's the package of people who we're bringing in this next phase? Like, if there's an RFP that goes out for the consultant who does this next assessment, what skills do they need to bring in? Because I think by the time we leave tomorrow, I think we want to know that. We want to know what are the expertises we need to at least start this, right? And maybe we're not covering everything in this. We're probably not covering everything, but enough to be able to, advance knowledge, vision, and price tags so that we know what we're dealing with here at this next phase. So all these ideas we have are great, but I just want to make sure that by tomorrow, we've got a next step that is tangible. And at the end of the day, we need an okay to hire. We need to figure out who we need to hire, and what skill sets they need to bring to bear. And we need to put a price tag on it. And we need to have a very clear vision of what we're trying to do. I mean, I agree. We always want to involve students at every phase. But this next phase, we need to get a group of outside experts in. And there's a lot of things we do need outside experts for, to sort of like, give us a set of like, here's the state of the shelf in terms of what you could do with this building. And obviously, you have students be part of that discussion, but we need to sort of define it at a level where we can move forward. Yeah.
yeah, thank you.
I think that whether students' voices are contributing or not, I think if we're talking about academics, I think even having students listen in on those discussions is such a powerful learning experience. And I think that students' voices should be heard, but I absolutely acknowledge that students can't speak on everything.
Absolutely.
And I think that as we're doing this, using it as a learning opportunity for students is really important.
Absolutely.
I agree with what both of you are saying, and I want to add that I think sometimes in a project like this, the fact that students are involved ends up helping raise money, helps the project get better. helps it go faster, helps it be more successful in its design outcomes, all of those things. And so I think it maybe it's just something that needs a little extra logistical time tomorrow to talk about sort of what the parallel pedagogical experience is, and maybe David can talk a little bit about what worked or what he thought didn't work the first time around in the 90s, but I think part of what made this building a good story and a successful project was the ways that students were involved the whole time. I don't think, I was worried about this about a month ago when we were on calls, like, oh shoot, we should have already had these classes. They should have already happened and the students should already be saying, this is what we want, can you go out and get the thing? But like, I think I think what we're gonna do is parallel, which may work better in the end.
It's a back and forth.
It's a back and forth, but yeah.
And
Okay, Romy.
just to follow up on that, I think what I'm hearing are not mutually exclusive. I think we absolutely need student engagement, we need to hear it because they're one of the main stakeholders in the class. Right. So their feedback and ideas and priorities and needs are important. At the same time, if we want to do like a 25-year visioning process, then we also need the input of experts. Right? And Lindsay already said the other thing that I was going to say is that, you know, as you were having these envisioning sessions, you saw that students who at the time who were involved in this process, you know, it has left such an important mark on them, right? It has permanent memories.
Many of them have built their careers out of
Their
it.
careers in so many ways. And the last thing I'll say is that, you know, opportunities for student engagement is not just in the design phase, but I think it is entire design, implementation, construction, you know, the whole commissioning, the entire time is ripe with opportunities for student engagement.
So, historically, what, again, in the world of organizational development and stuff like that, what you guys are talking about is stakeholder involvement. And the problem we've had with stakeholder involvement, and Ray Anderson's one of the people who did a lot with this, is we don't take it seriously enough to really, I mean, the fact that you would do something at a college to do something with the program and not involve students is crazy. But it's the kind of thing that's done all the time, just like in big industry. And you know, I worked for the federal government. It took us decades to get to the point where whenever there was something that was going to be done, and this was EPA, who was relatively progressive, you know, we were a young agency. I can't imagine what it would have been like in VA or FCC or things like that, but it took forever to get to the point where the employees could be at all involved in determining things that were directly impacting the employees. So it wasn't pedagogy in that sense. It was just, how the hell do you work? How do you get things done? Who's doing what? Who's deciding what? We got to that point while I was there anyway. And so but who stakeholders are, you can't stop thinking about that. I mean, the last things that were just said, those various steps along the way. So, okay, we do a great job. We involve the students in what we're doing here right now in terms of coming up with the vision. But then we don't involve them in later steps. That really doesn't make any sense. It may be a very different level of involvement. But it's kind of like the thing when you guys were talking about, you know, not having some of the people who were implementing the design that you would come up with for this building involved directly in how that actually was going to happen. And so some things almost went awry. The thing with the carpet, the interface carpet almost getting glued down, you know, all that kind of stuff. So there is a whole world out there of stakeholder involvement that I think we could draw from. And there are people whose expertise involves that, and it may be useful to bring some of those people in as well, so. I got Russ and. Sorry, now I got Russ, I got John and Chris and David and Russ. But. I have Russ, did you have that up a while ago?
I did not.
Okay,
Put me at the bottom of it.
yep, okay. John,
Mine?
Yep.
Yeah, I actually forgot to put it down, but I'm not gonna lose my opportunity.
Oh, okay, well, forget it.
No. No, just to sort of clarify my point on the iterativeness, the sequencing. I think what we need, I think we're here because we recognize we need to do an assessment that allows us to figure out what are our options for doing this. I think students should absolutely be involved at every stage. But what I feel like we need now is experts, real experts in modern building technology to come in and share their wisdom and their ideas and what we might do so we can like actually figure out what's next. And 100% students should be involved in that. It's just, I don't think it's the case that that us faculty, staff, or students are those experts right now. So I think this is a time when we need to invite the world of Lindsay and the rest of the community who's here to come in and really share and get the studies done. And then, really engage students in like the learning from that and then making and helping us make decisions about that. So I'll say that on this space down here and making it a more social space, I will say, some of the stories people don't know is that actually students were very involved in the selection of furniture. I had a whole class group focus on what would be furniture that we could select in the AJLC that would sort of speak to the themes of the building. This like beautiful little bicycle set of chairs out here with that sort of sculpture, that's a local Illyria artist who did that. And the concept there was let's feature recycled material themes on stuff. Most of the beautiful wooden furniture down there is sourced from local Amish people within the watershed who, that's handmade furniture made out of trees that grew here in this watershed. And they made that, people love that furniture there. The sort of more sterile industrial furniture, that was also like.
Stolen from a Kaiser Permanente.
That was also though saying like, what is the green build movement right now? Think that like the right furniture is. So, it has surface coverings and stuff and even the patterns on it. So it's never liked that quite as much, but the concept really was to sort of feature these different elements that we felt were embodied in the building. But that's a level where you can really engage students, do some neat things. They have they were involved also in the fundraising to get the money to purchase that. But then there's the sort of interior designer expert who comes in who really thinks about what's the modern world of space right now and what could you do with this space. And I personally feel like I would really benefit from having that person come in and share their expertise with me and students so that we can learn and then engage our own creativity in thinking about that. That's really my point.
Part of what I'm trying to say is those are all stakeholders from what I'm trying to say. All those, you can call them experts.
Yeah.
But if you don't involve them at the right point,
Right.
you've left them out. Chris.
Yeah, just again, to John's earlier point about the process, et cetera, sorry, I keep doing that.
Same thing.
That's one of the things that Joe was talking about circling back for, because again, thinking about what are next steps, how do we make use of this time, and then how does it fit into the messaging back to the administration, facilities, where does this line up? Especially given that we have some funds already that could help us take some initial steps, whether it's an architectural engineering study or what to get to, in my mind, is a concept design with a budget that we could flesh that out. What's that scope of work so that it's comprehensive and can really do the assessment, et cetera, but is something that would result in a vision, a budget, a schedule, but it could be reflective of an integrated process. So I do think that's one of the not so secret sauce elements of AJLC 1.0 is the student involvement, and like we've talked about so many different ways. That's the thing I was going to say. From my experience, the atrium's like
yeah, there's just, I like the discussions about ways which, to make it feel warmer, but also like more welcoming, et cetera. Right now, I just feel there's so many things about it that seem to be kind of fighting itself, you know. Planters, they're in the way of wayfinding signage and stuff where it's like, what are we doing here? It just seems like there's not a lot of intentionality about it.
2
Okay.
minutes.
Dave,
2 minutes before the
Yeah.
next session.
Before the next.
David, Russ and Rumi, you gotta be quick.
Hey, Russ has yielded his time to me. Hey, a couple of things. John is right that there needs to be, we need to shrink the number of things here, not this afternoon, but certainly perhaps for tomorrow morning. The second thing is there are two different documents trying to get born here. Both are important. One is an internal document. How do we get students involved in all this? And what to do for us? The other document is the external document. Is what difference does what we're doing make in the world outside? That's what's going to sell if you want outside money. You raise money for two things. One is loyalty, that's alumni money. You're probably not going to tap that. The other is excitement money, and that's what this does in the outside world. And that has to be a pretty disciplined document. The second comment is this. There's so many good ideas here. And I think that if I'm hearing correctly, I think there's a new pedagogy starting, or maybe not new pedagogy, but there's a different way to teach that involves students with lots of things, the technicalities of buildings, the materiality of buildings, the energy system of buildings, the biological nature around us, the biophilic aspect. I think there's a curriculum starting to get born here. And I don't want to get too far ahead of the story, but I think Lindsay said this this morning in talking about an ecological design major. And that involves studio art, communications. I mean, to bring in the expertise of people. The last point I make is I think that needs, instead of volunteer kinds of activities, kind of one-off stuff, they need some kind of structure. So the courses or experiences for which you get academic credit or something, but it needs some kind of structure brought in around that. It's beyond my pay grade to say what that is, but to discipline that. I think the upshot, however, if you do enough of that, you're leading in Lindsay's direction. So an ecological design major that has a lot of different components. How do you design things that communicate the outside world? How do you design systems that work efficiently? How do you design beauty in a thing? So that's my 2 cents for it. Now for Russ's time, I'm gonna cede my time.
I'll make it really quick. Following up with Walt's comments about engagement and whether you're actually taking it seriously or not. I mean, I would think that, that's another kind of example that we can set how to actually have meaningful engagement. This is something urban planners and designers have wrestled with for a long time, how to get proper public engagement process going. And I do think that there are better models now than that existed 10 years, 20 years ago, about effective public engagement into your design process. So I think that's another example we can set here. How does an institution effectively engage all the stakeholders, students, faculty, community members in a meaningful way that gets reflected in the final design that we come up with?
Okay, that's it.
So
Hey, can I add one point to Rudy's? In the beginning, when you guys were talking about this, you referred to space down here as a town square. And what we're talking about, convening events down here would be really cool. Whereas other liberal arts colleges and public studies programs or the local community, but use this space as a convening ground. That's it.
all right,
Okay.
and with that, our next topic is public pedagogy, and that is Lindsay and Sammy.
I can go first, if that's you want me to go first.
Yeah. So I think just leading on from where we were, I think there's a lot of stuff that can be taken from the academic section and applied to the public section. I think for me as a student, the thing that stands out is how student investment will really transfer to global investment. And by, Lindsay and I were talking about this, by finding ways that students can be excited by this project I think that's the key to getting everybody excited.
Can you speak up a little? This thing kicked in a few minutes ago.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I think we just have an opportunity, to make this bigger than something that only people who have known about the project before can be interested in. I think it's really important to, just sort of expand the scope of this in a way that students are not just involved academically, but are really invested emotionally in the space, and in the projects that are going on here. And so I think with that, I've been thinking a lot about the idea of the AJLC as a social space and what it has to offer socially. And I think that's because when I talk to my friends about the space, that seems to be what's lacking, or what people like feel a sort of disconnect from, that doesn't seem like it always existed. And so in thinking about that, I've been talking to John about the idea of, or we were all kind of grappling with this in the envisioning sessions, but the idea that there's kind of a lack of one person who is like coordinating everything that's happening here. I mean, obviously, Ben, you have a huge role to play in like the functioning of all the systems, but I think socially there's a big role that students could play, or it's not totally worked out in my head, but I think there's an opportunity to have a lot more happening here in a social way, that this could be a really functional social landscape. And sort of that idea of the town center, like that functioning really well, I think would propel the narrative that we're trying to build here publicly.
As a side point, I think it would be fun to bring in, a gentleman named Sean Aurora, who's the sort of the steward of the building on Georgia Tech's campus. Who's like, I've never met a more extroverted person in my life, and he, has been paid by the Candida Foundation. So in the Art of Blank family ex-wife, foundation, but nonetheless, probably familiar with this building. For the past 6 or 7 years, to do some of that public programming and kind of bring people into the building and think about it as a convening space. And so it would be cool to think practically about what it would mean to fund a position like that. That helps sort of bring, you know, art exhibits and community events and all those kinds of things. I wanted to suggest a slightly different line of thinking, to start us off on this section. Which is to ask the question, what is the building industry, or what is the larger climate movement, climate justice movement thinking about these days that this building or this space, this tiny campus, could help with? Because I think that's one of the things that this building did so well. And again, could use a lot of student engagement to answer this question, but I'm going to posit some answers to the question, what problems are we facing now as a society that this renovation project could help with? Because I guess I'll point out, I think some of the things like HVAC design are probably not going to top the list. It's not that there aren't people like Kevin and like Mark and others who are thinking about that, but at a broader scale, that's not on like most families' minds right now. And it's not on the building industry's mind as sort of a collective set of issues that we're really grappling with. We've gotten a lot better at building efficient buildings in the past 25 years, and it's really not something that we worry about these days. Being able to get an EUI, you know, down to 30 is, I mean, I was just talking to someone on the Google campus, awesome, about the Bayview campus, and that's a 1 million square foot building that's running at, I think, 30. Which is, so like, it can be done now. It's not a thing that we wring our hands about. We do wring our hands about 4 things that I think would be great to see this community, this building lead on. The first one we have talked about, but I'm just going to restate: resilience and adaptation. It's not just about the question of getting some batteries in, although I think we should talk about that. It's about programming, working out with the city, having conversations with community, with students about what happens when you have a major flooding event and all the power goes out and all your water systems go out. Can people use this space still? And that happens. when municipal water shuts down and municipal electricity shuts down, basically, like, what would that look like? Can you scenario plan for that? And then can you design it into the structure of the building? That's what would enable you to become a resilience hub, but it wouldn't just be the structure, it wouldn't just be the infrastructure of the building, it would also be having an agreement with the city that that was gonna happen and under what circumstances and who can walk in here and what can they do. So I think that's a big opportunity. The second one I'm gonna characterize as justice, jobs, and equity. It's a big topic, but it's one that comes up a lot in the building industry these days, in a number of ways. One is sort of in the way that Kevin was talking about, that there are, that there's basically a huge amount of jobs that could be created by this field. And you know, more of them that are technical, good, high-paying jobs to operate buildings and those kinds of things. And there's a lot of people interested in what it means to create better jobs in the field. So how do we get involved in that? The other facet of this in a slightly different realm is equity around the supply chains of what we buy. So there's a huge amount of cool student work that could happen that would contribute to the sort of an interesting, evolving, larger conversation about the supply chains of the building industry. Is there forced labor involved? Are there issues of sort of increasing economic disparity and wealth concentration in those systems, and how do we change that such that we're empowering communities, empowering local manufacturing, local business, et cetera. So that could be a whole thing that would contribute to a field of work that's growing right now. The third one, biodiversity, the measurement of, so like, I think Bill's gonna talk about this and I don't wanna take away his ideas there, but it's this idea of asking the question from a more measured way, which again hits on the pedagogical nature of all of this. How many species are living on this site? Is it more or less than what was before we were here? How are we cultivating that sense of biodiversity on the site? It's a topic in the built environment right now as it relates to a thing called the basically it's nature-based disclosures for in the larger world of like basically companies and states and municipalities are starting to measure their biological impacts in the same way they measure carbon. So like that would be very helpful to contribute to. The last one is biomaterials. So bio-based materials is a pretty big topic these days. So like, you know, the questions that we are asking ourselves more and more now is essentially how would we build a building like this without petrochemicals? And we believe that's fundamentally important as a way of essentially designing out the oil and gas industry from our economy. And so oftentimes that means looking at innovation around materials, but sometimes it just looks at getting over our biases against things like straw and
mold.
Sure, mold, yeah.
We like
I'm
fungus.
sure about that. So there's a lot of work happening to essentially sort of point out that the building industry has been, as a friend of mine says, the building industry has been force-fed petrochemicals for the past 50 years, and we don't need to continue to take that. So those are just 4 things that I think would be worthwhile for us to imagine how we can kind of lead the industry conversation. Resilience, justice, biodiversity, and biomaterials. These are all things that I guess, and in part, I'm just saying, these are things. There may be some other areas where we think we are really trailblazing, and I'm happy to answer the question, are we in fact doing that, or is there someone else already doing that better than we're doing it here? But these are 4 where I think we really could be leaders and come up with some new ways of doing things here, but that's yeah.
Hey, Cindy is next, and I just noted that this is only a half-hour session instead of 45 minutes, all the rest of it, so I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah, and a bunch of what I was gonna say after, I think that these sessions are very fuzzy and overlap with each other, so I'll save most of what I was gonna say to the next one, but, I'll just, emphasize, I think approaching this from the question of what are the problems that the community needs to be solved is an incredibly useful, and authentic lens through which to look at stuff.
Okay, John,
Yeah, maybe I'll reiterate that. I think the points that Lindsay made were very important. To Cindy's point, the community, I think, is two real communities here, or three real communities to think about. One is the building industry. You know, what problems can we solve that would put us at the forefront, again, given where we are? And then there's the community outside of Oberlin, you know, this community that is city of Oberlin, and then there's the community that is inside of Oberlin. So I think all those communities, what are the problems that need solved is the right question to be asking. But I've been meaning to sort of poke Lindsay on what would it take for us to do this renovation and to meet living building challenge things? Because I think it's worth, to me, it's like, first of all, I think the living building concept is really cool and worth thinking about in and of itself. But also, I think if this process were moving towards sort of a definable exterior goal like that, it might actually help us to some extent in fundraising and getting excitement about it. So I think there's some marketing as well as some genuineness to that. And one of the particulars that I've been thinking about this since yesterday, and I learned there actually is a building that cleans its own roof water to drinking water standards. Thinking about climate resilience, that's not a piece we've thought about here. We do have abundant water in this landscape, but it nevertheless would be a damn cool and challenging goal to say, on top of the living machine, we're taking the water coming out of the machine and running it through reverse osmosis or whatever we need to get it to drinking water standards. And we're actually doing, I think it would be a cool goal. I think these are the kinds of things that I think might develop the level of excitement that David Orr pushes that we need to get to in order to sort of, you know, build attention from the world in the way you guys did in AJLC 1.0.
What if I were just write up the 7 petals of the living building challenge on the board?
Well,
so
just
that we can
off the
talk?
cuff, is this like realistic and useful, do you think, to think about it as something we should think about?
Yes, so we certify new buildings and major renovations at this point, and we don't have a full certification for a building that's just been running. So we'd have to like build a new compliance pathway for you, which would take some time and money and such, but basically, let's assume you did a renovation and that we were certifying the building as it was renovated. So it's got 7 petals place, which would basically be covered. It's sort of, you know, it's around, there's a bunch of landscape stuff in there and there's some transit stuff. You'd probably be fine.
Perfect.
Yeah, there may be some issues there with your amount of dedicated parking, but it's possible. So there's, let's go to energy, which is the most straightforward one. It sounds like you basically, you would have to perform, you would have to actually have the building run on you'd have to document full net positive for a year. The water part, you would have to document what they did at that building. So that's not the only building, all the living buildings are cleaning their own wastewater and drinking it again. That all of the water that comes from those buildings is from the sky or from closed loop systems within the building, more or less. So that would be a pretty significant challenge. There's a very heavy component of the living building challenge that is documenting everything that you put into the building to make sure that it is not toxic for humans. So one of the questions that would come up if we were to make a new parallel path to do this for an existing building is if we're comfortable certifying a building that may have some, what we call red list materials in there that may have known carcinogens in them, which is probably a lot of stuff in the building at this point. We do have sort of alternative compliance pathways and sort of substitutions and things for that. And I think you'd be okay there. But it would be a different thing. The beauty petal would be fine. It's biophilia. Bill will talk about this, but you'd be fine there. health and happiness, you'd probably be fine. It's air quality, thermal comfort, acoustics, but there is some testing involved and verification that's actually good. The equity pedal, I think you have to do something different there with so it is there's a requirements around essentially how you're providing jobs in the community. You could totally do it. You have to like have an explicit open house day. There's things about relationships with nonprofits in the community, et cetera. So it's possible. Okay, so did I go through all the pedals? I think so. So yeah, it is possible. The biggest question would be that you're not gonna have receipts for everything you bought for this building when you first built it. And we typically need those to verify that the building was made, essentially with materials that are good for humans.
I think that's what you flagged, Russ, was the materials.
Russ,
So on the water side, since we are using water as a conveyance of waste and then treating it, we do have the opportunity to get that to drinking water standard. I would go the route that most of your buildings do, taking rainwater and turning that into drinking water standard. It's gonna get a lot less regulatory angst than drinking the water that comes through the toilet. It's an observation. But the point that I wanted to make was that at the Brock Center, where we do turn rainwater into drinking water. It already is drinking water. We didn't do anything.
Right.
Make sure it's clean enough. And create all the energy we need and so forth. It was explicitly done. This is a coastal building that is raised up above the highest flood level anticipated with sea level change. This is going to be the one building standing in its region when the big one comes. And it was explicitly identified as a community resource in the event of an environmental tragedy. That is the place that you could go, charge your cell phone, get some fresh water in the event of the big hurricane coming, which will hit Virginia Beach at some point. We just don't know when. I think that the confluence of resiliency and meeting the living building challenge is very strong. And I think it is a pathway to resiliency. And I would definitely consider this as a way.
Chris,
I would just, resilience is what I was looking to kind of pick, tie into. Like I say, it's one of the commitments that the college has made. We focused very much on carbon neutrality, but the resilience shows up in our collaboration with the city regarding climate action, planning and adaptation. But this, the project, I think, has a great opportunity for us to really catalyze that work further and bring the campus more into a status of being open and available as a refuge for the community in the event of these climate impacts, which are coming. It's only a matter of time.
Kevin.
So just wondering, Lindsay, it was great just to hear the 7 petals and your sort of characterization of those, and also kind of the 4 issues that are present in mind, in your circles and people at leadership positions in the sustainability movement. It just made me think, part of the programming and just the making 2.0, what this building is about is a 2.0 and we've talked about it, but as a convening space for the critical conversations. And that becomes, it's somewhat like a salon versus a conference, but I've stopped going to the big conferences because you get lost in the big conference. But you could have your board of trustees with students listening to sessions of a board, on ILBI, thinking about how that goes next. And there may be 4 or 5 other entities like that could just have it on their calendar, either rotates in or that this is the place to come to just have the really cool conversations. And I mean, this is such a little mini tryout of that because we get to stay at the end and see what that's about. Just the what's going on with SIP, this is a convening spot, but really aim high and have the critical pose and have the critical conversations here. The other thought is, I all in on using the living building challenge. I think it goes both ways. I think that this is a building mid-stride, not quite the full renovation, not a new building. So if you're looking at a protocol that has to emerge for that, then let this be the testing ground. The toxicity issue is a big one. We were using Michael Braungart and Bill and, as at the time to do the best we could, Hal Levin on testing, all of that. But a lot of things got in. But use your criteria so we don't get the pedal. Use the criteria to do the diagnostic to see what is here. Take stock. And I would say do the same thing and build a baseline on embodied energy. We didn't do it at the time. Just what is it? They could thumbnail it, get it 90% right, and it's valuable because then you have a baseline. Okay, everything from there, you keep going. So I thought those were great.
Yeah, quick one.
Quick one. Ray Anderson's carpet, PVC.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay,
We knew it at the time.
Rumi and John, I guess.
Yeah, slightly different take on public pedagogy. So sharing a conversation I had with Linda Arbogast, who's not here, but you all met Linda yesterday, about how to.
Linda Arbogast is a sustainability, Lindsay wasn't here yesterday.
Oh,
She's
right,
our
right, right.
sustainability
She's
coordinator, but she
sustainability
was part of our discussion
Yeah,
yesterday.
for the city of Auburn. And one of the things Linda was saying is that there is a electric sort of loop of bus service in Oberlin now, touches on different spots, and one of the spots is in front of the AJLC. And what would it take for AJLC to be welcoming enough so that people riding those buses would actually come inside AJLC and interact with the building? And one of the things she was suggesting, based on some of the work my energy and society students had done with the city in the past, was to create sort of informational archives on sustainability and sustainable energy solutions. So if somebody wanted to install a solar panel on their roof, so how, can they get all information they need to make that decision in one place? Same with geothermal or a host of other energy solutions. So Linda was saying that, could this be a place where, there would be an archive of that information accessible, displayed, where people can come in if they want to know anything about sustainability solutions, energy solutions that apply to their lives and their homes. Can this be a place where they can walk in and kind of, get that information? So I'm just throwing that in the mix. It's not learning from the building itself, but leveraging this sustainable building to access a wide variety of sustainability related information that pertain to the lives of people in the community.
John and David in the next minute.
In 4 minutes.
Yeah, I can be quick. I just wanted to say, you guys did a beautiful job of building a building that was as chemical free as it could have been. You probably remember, Lindsay, James McConaughey,
Yeah, I was just
who
telling the
suffered
students
from
that.
chemical sensitivity disorder. And they built the Science Center right after this, right? He had to have all of he was a living machine worker here throughout his time here. He's gone on to be an ecologist. But from day one, he would talk about the first day he could walk in this building and he had no reaction. He couldn't go into a new car. He couldn't go in. All of his courses in the science building were tape recorded for him because he couldn't walk in without breaking into hives because of all of the outgassing of stuff. So regardless of whether we met the particular criteria, it worked. It was for real. This building really was clean. You guys did a great job.
It gives me chills. It's amazing.
David?
I'm gonna pick up on Kevin's word salon, and it's good, there's history behind salons, and they picked up the major issues of the day, mostly in Paris and France and so forth. So what's the major issue for us? And it's going on right now, it's the collapse of democratic institutions. And there is a no reason I can think of why you could not have a solar powered, ecologically designed, resilient, sustainable fascist society. And so what's the conversation we ought to have?
Mhm.
And one is be pivotal to that, and we're starting, my old friends out at Kendall. We're about to come into, the college to ask for a partnership of community organizations around a theme that has democracy and climate together. That is an ideal space. And the second thing I'd say is this, and I'll stop here. I think we need to figure out how to make a connection between politics, democracy, governance, law, and design. So when Lindsay started talking about a design curriculum, one of the things we did last year was to hold a 4 or 5 meetings coming out of the book we did. One in New York on the Constitution and climate change. The Constitution was designed in a pre-ecological era. And it protects property, but it has nothing to do with ecology and feedback loops and leads and lags and surprises, none of it. And so here's where we designed the wrong document. And so there's a big conversation to be had here. This could be a place for it, but intellectually, there's, I think, a good reason to start thinking about how politics, we're about to undesign what we've just done. Because we didn't get the politics right, and how politics and design merge. That's a thought, and it will start with salon conversations. And good guys like Bill Brown has gone to sleep there. You can tell he's get Bill Brown involved in this kind of thing. Bill, wake up, come on, man.
Okay,
So we are now to the next point, the social and community systems and aesthetics, and this is Cindy and Bill. I do want to say that, you know, when there is the 50th anniversary meeting and David and I are not here, from the looks of it, Bill Browning is gonna be there. I mean, the man looks like 40 years old. How did he do it?
That's true. He does.
Anyway.
Bill, are you out of puberty yet?
Cindy and Bill, I don't know how you all wanted to organize yourselves.
Well, if maybe I could speak first, just because I feel like the thoughts that I have really mesh with the 2 previous sessions. I just feel like it's all kind of blended together, and there's been a lot of conversation about social interactions and bringing people into the building and whatnot. So just 3 or 4 points. I really think we need to keep in mind why we want people in the building. So, you know, I was reading the document, and lots of people have been saying, oh, it could happen here, it could happen here, it could happen here. And so why? Besides, we think it's really a great building. Like, why do we want people in this building? There are other buildings on campus. And of course, I also want people in this building. I'm not saying that in a challenging way. I'm just saying we will do a much better job of getting people into the building if we know why we want them in the building. And so maybe it's something like what Rumi said about, oh, this could be a center for education, or it's a place where people get actual needs met, right? So that, I think that is really, really crucial. I think that we could do a better job of making people feel more at home in this building, if things that resonated with their identity were visible in the building. And you know, in social psychology, we talk a lot about, you want to see somebody like you, defined very broadly and flexibly, to make you feel like you belong. And I have no idea what that looks like, but I think the environmental movement has come such a long way in terms of really meaningfully integrating social justice concerns with environmental concerns. And so how do we embody that in the building? Because I think that opens the space up to a wider audience. Can we represent Indigenous culture in the furnishings, or in the, you know, in the way that it's decorated, or, you know, in a way that's meaningful and not just cultural appropriation? But you know, can that be represented somehow? So how is it that we can represent the people that we think should be walking through the door? Renovating and making it a nice, pretty new space will get people through the door. So I think there's a certain amount of, when the building is fresh and new, that'll make it exciting. but I do wanna observe that, you know, I've rented this, or not rented, but you know, reserved this space for a couple of different events, and I was actually discouraged from using it. I don't know if you guys know this. I was discouraged from using it by whoever, some person somewhere, I don't remember, because they're like, oh, you know, there's all these rules about using that building. And you know, the rules are not a big deal, but like, you're not supposed to use disposable cutlery, right? So there was at one point someone in the institution who was actively discouraging people from using the building because it felt that those rules were really
Onerous to them.
So,
Plastic spoons are a non-starter.
so we gotta have our plastic spoons, right? So, anyway, so just wanted to share that. And I also, I think if I like the idea of there being regular events in this space, because I think that is a really good way of bringing people into the building, but I think they need to make sense for the space. So a whole bunch of ideas have been thrown out here, you know, like there could be art, there could be music. Well, there's art and music other places on this campus. It's not that there couldn't be art and music here. That's fine if there's art and music here, but I, you know, I don't think it really serves the community well if we are setting this space up to compete with other spaces on campus that are doing really important stuff and serving really important communities in really great ways. You know, we don't want the AJLC to be in competition with the rest of the campus. And so the idea of the salon that is focused on the kinds of issues that David was talking about, and by the way, the government has taken down a whole bunch of data that we use in psychology to teach our students today. Feeling a little upset about that. I think that makes sense, right? So I think we will do a better job of connecting people in meaningful and authentic ways in this space if we are not trying to be all things to all people, and if we are addressing real needs, and making people actually, you know, really paying attention to what will make them feel like they belong to the space. And I have no idea how you do that at all. But those are, I think that was all that I wanted to say. Yeah, that was all I wanted to say.
So, Bill.
Bill, can we turn it over to you?
Still muted.
Huh?
There we go.
Wait,
It's muted.
it looked like you unmuted for a second,
No.
then you muted again.
Sorry.
There.
Based on the last conversation, I was reorganizing some stuff. So I want to share a few, like Amory, a PowerPoint with y'all. The first part I want to go through pretty quickly. The second part is actually the bigger conversation. So the first one is context. And sorry, you're
Close.
yeah, no, I'm just your Zoom is sending messages that keep interrupting things. Okay.
We've got it.
All right. So the first is context of thinking about what are the goals, and increasingly, you know, I remember years ago, Bill McDonough said, you know, sustainability is a hair shirt. Yeah. You've asked someone, you know, what's your relationship with your partner, and they say sustainable. Yeah. Your response is, oh, I'm sorry. You know, we want something that's generous. We want something that is exciting. We want something that is different. And so a fair amount of our work over the last 16 years is really focused on a section of biomimicry, really looking at the ecosystem scale and using it as a context for having a conversation about regenerative design, right? And so this is some of what Living Building is getting at. And you know, you think about Bill Reed's work and Pam Mang and all that, it's great, but a lot of times I don't know if I'm getting to where I need to get. And so I'm going to give you two quick examples of that thinking. The first is the most unsustainable building in New York City. It's enormous. It's almost 3 million square feet and contains 1 million square feet of data centers. And our clients came to us and said, hey, we've got some issues. The way the building was put together, it was a warehouse, and we have all these different tenants in it. Each of them has their own independent mechanical system on the roof. There's no more roof space for anyone to increase their loads, including the 1 million square feet of data centers in this building. We have the biggest energy bill in New York, $53 million a year. Oh, and by the way, we also have this weird problem of here's our water bill and our sewer bill. We are, both are measured. We are buying 51 million gallons of water a year, and we're putting 90 million gallons in the sewer. Can you help us address that?
Yeah.
And so the first was the energy was kind of obvious. The building was relatively inefficient and had 1 million square feet of data centers in it. The water was a different problem, and it took some digging, and we found under the sub-basement, under the parking deck, under the building, a sump with 3 huge pumps in it that have been running more or less since the building was completed in the early 1930s. Where was that water coming from? Well, we tested the water and discovered it wasn't drinking water, it wasn't water from the Hudson. It was actually a stream of very fresh, clean water that, since the building has been built, was pumped out. So because we were working with Eric Sanderson and involved pretty heavily in Mannahatta and what's now Vision Maker, the software that came out of Mannahatta, we were able to figure out what was this site doing at the point of European contact in 1609, so backcasting to original ecosystem. And so what we determined were these different metrics of what was happening there. And then we compared them with what is happening today. The most shocking of which was the carbon metric. So the emissions were 85,000 tons of carbon a year. The site used to sequester 3.7 tons of carbon a year. Google bought the building while we were in the middle of this process and came to us and said, develop a set of metrics for performance that are aspirational, that will drive us to continuously push to improve the building. And so here you see those numbers, and those are the long-term goals for the building. And they're moving in that direction, piece by piece. The building has a whole set of existing tenants, and as their leases roll, Google moves them out. And so we have a time tranche model of energy modeling that every 5 years there are changes made in the building to move them in the direction where they want to go. Now, here's Amory loved spaghetti charts and all that. So unfortunately, I inherited that mindset. And so here is the spaghetti chart for if there were 12,000 people in the building and we ran it as it is while we got it, this would be what we were having: 119 million gallons of water purchased, 143 million put in the sewer. But if instead we only use potable water for drinking, cooking, and showers, and instead use the stormwater, use the groundwater, the stream, and do condensate recapture, we move to a balance that looks closer to what the actual flow rates on the site were based on what it had been. And so this is an ongoing project. It started almost 16 years ago, and Google is still working through this and still using this mindset as a model. Interface's version is called Factory as a Forest, and that evolved from a conversation between Ray Anderson and Janine Benyus, where Ray asked, could my factory ever perform as well as the forest here? And so in partnership with Janine's team, we developed Factory as a Forest as an actual system for interface, looking at these different ecosystem services, categorizing them into several categories, and then actually developing performance metrics for interfaces buildings based on that, using a local existing reference ecosystem. So an intact current model of local ecology. That's been applied to 3 factories in Georgia and their corporate headquarters in Atlanta. And, you know, it's aspirational standards. It's something that you continue to push to over time. The other thing that's really very strong component of interfaces work is biophilia and biophilic design. And so this building has both sort of the obvious plants and artwork and stuff tied to biophilia, but it also gets into other components like getting into natural-based fractals and very strongly on the spatial experience as well, particularly great job on the spatial pattern of refuge. Carnegie Mellon did a post-occupancy survey of this just before the pandemic and found that even though the building supports the building should by its square footage only be able to handle 100 people. But they actually, because of the way people use the building to move around to the space that best suits whatever tasks they're doing at the time, it actually, before the pandemic, was supporting about 140 people a day and had the highest level of user satisfaction that Carnegie Mellon had ever measured. So when we talk about biophilic design, I think, you know, the first fault, and Amory, you know, said, oh, we'll put more plants in, and plants are a great strategy. So is water and the presence of water. Both are really, really powerful, but those are only 2 of 15 different strategies. Some are direct experiences of nature in the space, which we call nature in the space. Others are representational, natural analogs, and the others are having to do with the 3-dimensional experience of the space. Now, this is where, for this building, I think is most important, is one of the things that we have learned is that different patterns support different outcomes. And so, you know, using the healthcare-based mindset of outcome-based design or evidence-based design, part of the process is ask, what is the experience we want to create for people in each space? And then that helps us determine which patterns might be most applicable to that space. And so that's an exercise that I would strongly recommend we do as a team together for the Adam J. Lewis Center. And it also is an acknowledgement that there are different users, right? The needs of each person are not the same. And so identify who your different users are and how they experience a space. And so this is that exercise applied to the Portland PDX International Airport, identifying different passengers with the instruction from the Port of Portland that they wanted to reduce passenger stress. And so this is a mapping exercise. Where are these different passengers stressed? And that's the shaded box. And you'll see the hash line underneath. Then translated into the floor plan, you see where those hash lines overlap, and that then informs where we would want to do the major interventions. And so these are some of them, but one of the biggest one is the transition from bag drop and ticketing as you're approaching the marketplace and where you first see the TSA screening. That's one of the biggest stress points in the operation. And so in the design, we put a forest, a living forest with a skylight overhead with wood slats that specifically create a nature-based fractal pattern on the floor. Now, and so this is the finished product, which opened last August. There's still a couple sections that need to be completed, so the entire project will be finished next year. Now, you see this wood structure overhead. That is a strong component of the biophilic solution. Wood elicits a very strong response that you don't get from other building materials. And it has to do, we believe, somewhat with the collinear nature of wood grain and the way that the visual core processes that, and it actually reduces our stress to see collinear patterns like that. And so it's one of the reasons why we not only have wood as a material, but also you see these collinear slats in the structure as well. Now here it is under construction, so it's a little easier to see all of that. And then additionally, we have this other story, which is how that thing came to be. The wood structure was all sourced locally. It's about 3 million board feet of timber. And it was done with a set of criteria that pushes it past FSC. So a longer rotational harvest. It had to come from within a very short radius and had to be the components manufactured within that short radius. And each piece of wood is tagged and tacked. So using blockchain to understand and be able to trace and source every piece of wood in these things. And so the structure is glulam, which are 16 feet deep and 80 feet across. Above that is a mass plywood membrane or diaphragm, and then underneath that are the Douglas fir slats. Now, the wood came from a variety of sources, including 4 different First Nations or local tribes. And I had the experience one night at a party there where some folks from the tribe pulled me away and pointed up to one specific place in the roof and said, "See this section right here? That's ours." Right? And just the source of pride for them to be able to say, that's from our land, that's ours. But also just the concept that you could have that level of detail of information about a building available. Now, because of all this care and the sourcing and manufacturing, we actually have a building, this wood roof sequesters more carbon than it took to make it. And so we use that to offset the carbon footprint of the new steel and some of the new concrete. And so it's this idea of going past just sort of neutrality or minimizing carbon footprint, but can we also think about moving in this new direction of actually offsetting or balancing, doing drawdown within our materials choices. Now, finally,
Bill, quick question for you. That wood is structural. It is what's holding the roof up.
Yeah, that is the structure.
It is the structure.
Okay.
There's some great videos, by the way, of them bringing in the entire, they fabricated them basically nearby on the tarmac and then brought them in
Made the
overnight.
glulam beams on the tarmac?
Yeah, there's,
No,
yeah.
the glue lamps were made in a factory locally.
Oh, right, sorry, not the glue lamp, but
And the
sorry.
diaphragm was
Lamp.
the components of mass plywood was produced in a factory. And then this roof, it's 440,000 square feet, so 9 acres, was assembled as 20 modules. And they borrowed equipment from NASA, and at the night, a module would crawl across the tarmac and then be raised into place. And so it's pre-assembled and then the modules put into place. And that's the largest wood roof in the world. So on a smaller scale in a classroom of minimal interventions. So this was a year-long experiment that we did with partners in Baltimore, and Jim Detterman, an architect from CDG Architects, Morgan State University, and the neuroscience team at Salk Institute. And it was minimal interventions in a 6th grade mathematics classroom in inner city Baltimore. And we studied the academic outcomes of the students using this classroom over the course of a year and found a dramatic improvement in test scores. compared to prior years with the same classroom, the same teacher teaching exactly the same curriculum. More importantly, and so the interventions were simple. They were using predominantly biomorphic forms, a statistical fractal, and dynamic and diffuse light. And so those were achieved by putting down carpet tiles from interface that use a collinear pattern that's called prairie grass, putting a wallpaper frieze around the top of the classroom designed by Design Tech Steelcase with a neuroscientist at Salk. That's a collinear and biomorphic form. It's an abstraction of palm leaves. And then replacing Venetian blinds with mechanized fabric shades that have silk screened onto them the shadow patterns of trees. We also did 4 months of biometric testing. We wanted to do a year of biometric testing, but getting permission to do biometric testing with 6th graders in a public school is challenging. So we had 2 classrooms. We picked one period, the 1 p.m. period, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So about 22 students in the classroom. And then we had a control classroom, the 7th grade mathematics classroom, 2 doors down, which the only change we made in that classroom was gray carpet tiles so that the haptic, the touch, and the acoustic would be the same as in the experimental classroom. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we checked heart rate variability at the beginning of class and again at class for 4 months. And what we saw was that the students' stress recovery characteristics were better at the end of class than when they first came into class. And that was not the case. And there was essentially no change in the control classroom, but we saw a significant change in the population in the experimental classroom. But for me, and this is something we just came to realize a few months ago, re-looking at the data and also looking at another immersive environment in a hospital, looking at the data sets in that, what we've discovered is that our old assumption that when you first experience a space, it has the most dramatic impact. And then once you become habituated to the space, you'll no longer have an impact. What we discovered was that with repeated experiences of this biophilic classroom and also the biophilic immersion experience in a hospital, was that the physiological data gets better over time. So repeated experience of a really well-designed biophilic space has a cumulative benefit over time. This is, for us, a pretty radical learning.
Why Bill doesn't age.
That's why we want people in the building, right?
Yep.
Lazarus effect.
Hey, Bill, I've got a question. That's a great slideshow. Thanks for that. Thanks for your work on it. I've got a question, which is I'm not quite sure how to frame it, but is there, for biophilic designers, something like a Hippocratic oath? Are there places where people should feel uncomfortable and nervous and increased heart rate? And I'm thinking airport's not a good example, but air travel, 3 to 5%.
Not all of the patterns are going to reduce stress or
Let me
heart
finish
rate.
your comment, Bill. Hold just a minute. I'm wondering where you got a very powerful tool. And the question is where, if it helps in consumption, air travel is 3 to 5% of our total carbon emissions worldwide. Do we want people really to be comfortable in airports? And I travel by air a lot. And yes, I want to be, but should I be? So I'm wondering about when are there people, this first came up when Amory and I were meeting with designers at Walmart. And Jim Walton and the Walton's board was there. And biophilic design was very useful for increasing sales. Daylighting and so forth was increasing sales. They had their stores designs, and they could tell you how many dollars net were being transferred for each kind of design.
Right,
So
so
my
that was the project that RMI did with Bill McDonough and Nancy Clinton and Greg Franta and all of that for Walmart, their prototype store, in which we saw the increased sales on the daylit half of the store, or sales pressure per square foot on the daylit half of the store.
Well, my question is, when do we, schools, yes, hospitals, yes. Shopping malls, I'm not so sure.
Or prisons, for example, or, you
Pardon,
know,
what's,
prisons. This comes
Um,
up now with prisons, it comes up with, other spaces.
prisons, yeah, where you're rehabilitating people, that would be a good use, I would think. Is there
So
conversation about
that's why you see the forest prisons in Norway. It's why you see the work that's going on at San Quentin, where they're doing gardening engagement, but also other biophilic design measures, and they're seeing improvements in health outcomes. They're seeing improvements in drop in violence. So yeah, I mean, are you asking, are there environments where I'm not going to do biophilic design?
Yeah.
But my outcome is people are people. I want people to be healthy. I want to support people's health no matter where they are. And you know, one of the things that we see with some of the patterns is actually biophilic design increases pro-social behavior. Oh, did I lose you guys?
My comment will digress from the discussion a little bit, but there is something that's, along the lines of the topic of this session. Social connections and aesthetics and such. And I just want to throw out an idea while we're all together about, this space and how we can make this space more comfortable, welcoming, relatable. And the context is that, it's difficult to design a space that relates to everyone, right?
Yes.
Even with students, like I would say that, I've been here 17 years and I've always seen like your cohorts of students coming up with great ideas about what the space would feel like. But the ideas across cohorts were not the same. There were some common themes, but different cohorts came up with different visions. So in that vein, I was wondering that could this space also be almost like a place that has some fixed amenities, some things you do through interior design that lends itself to wider relatability and accessibility and such, but could also be used as a space for pop-ups in the sense that you could invite different groups like students who are engaged with indigenous studies and such to do a pop-up for a month on indigenous cultures and such, and then you bring in I was thinking about the location of this building. So we have here to the north of us, and I think it's the Third World Social Justice Group is situated in Harkness. We have Bodwin over here, which has the Third World Co-op. We have Lord and Saunders over there. That's the African Heritage House. So in some ways, we're in the south of campus, but there's a lot of global south and other cultures in this part of campus. So maybe that almost intentionally creating a space that lends itself to pop-up type, exhibitions of different cultures and different, ideas and different, groups from time to time can make it also more interesting in the sense that, this month we have one idea, one type of flavor of the atrium. Next month it represents something different. So just throwing that idea, and last thing I'll say on that is that, you know, in my sustainable cities class, I collaborate with Cleveland Urban Design Collaborative with Terry Schwartz and Pat Marshall over there. And Terry Schwartz has done a lot of work with pop-up demonstrations. And also has a little book on what you can do with pop-up, where you actually create, like, transform a space at a very low cost for a shorter period of time to give people a different experience of that place. I'll shut up.
That's such a great way to do what I was trying to say earlier. I just love that idea.
So, and I like your style a lot, Bill. I just want to make sure that you were finished.
Thanks. So, I mean, one of the exercises, you know, I have heard, you know, bits and pieces about why certain spaces don't work. And I think some of that, some of those are addressable by biophilic design. One of the things that we do see, if you get it right, is that you will create spaces that people want to be in. And what gets overlooked, I mean, the fractals, plants, biomorphic forms, you know, using fabrics, using decorative elements that are biophilic is the easy stuff. In some ways, the more important stuff is looking at the three-dimensional spatial characteristics and what behaviors those support. And so the thing that seems to, you know, one of the reasons the womb chairs were popular is they create a refuge experience. And so in the simplest definition, a refuge experience is where my back is protected at least up to the nape of my neck. And if possible, I have some canopy overhead. So, you know, it's one of the reasons why, you know, the booths are always way more popular in a restaurant than the round tables in the middle, right? You're creating really an intimate shared refuge experience. We don't need refuge all day long, but we do need it from time to time. And it can be both a solitary experience and a shared experience. And there are now lots of different furniture systems that and pieces of furniture that support that experience. But also just, you know, slight modifications spatially in a permanent setting as well. You know, window seats are fantastic examples of refuge. But it's, you know, that, but you can also, there are some other potential experiences. One that David will probably love, which is risk peril. Something that Frank Lloyd Wright actually did fairly well. But also just thinking about spatial sequences as well. So Wright talked about compression and release, where I've got a slightly compressed space that I move through and I come into a bigger space. And that happens to a certain extent when you come down the hallway into the big open space, a little bit as you come through the vestibule transition in, but that makes a space more memorable. But more interestingly, what we see with when people have that awe experience, even if it's a small experience of awe, they have a shift where we see they are much more charitable, more humble, and much more pro-social.
Yes. Thank you. Russ.
In a way, we were wrestling, Bill, earlier with the fact that the front door of the building is the back door and the back door of the building is the front door. That we have this big grand social front, but everybody comes in through the carport. But that second experience is actually more akin to what you're describing, where you come through, you don't know. Yes, you have a memory, but you really don't know what that experience is going to be as you come through, and then it opens up to you. The other experience coming in the front door, everything is made evident from the street, and you know exactly what you've got. So we have both things happening here, but you know, interestingly, from the perspective you're outlining, it's probably more positive what we stumbled across, which is the back door is the front door.
Yeah.
Bill, do you have, you've been, I don't know when the last time you were here is, but you spent some time in this space. Do you have any specific ideas, about, I love your ideas. Do you have any specific ideas that you could throw out to us about, I think if you did this would, achieve some of your design criteria?
Well, one of the things that we're, obviously some of these are spatial experiences. A lot of this is visual. We're increasingly spending more and more time looking at acoustic and psychoacoustic experience. So acoustics tells you, and you clearly have an acoustics problem in some of these spaces. Acoustics tells you, reverberation, how loud the sound is, what gets absorbed and what doesn't get absorbed. That's all really, really important. But acoustics doesn't tell you what you're hearing. That's psychoacoustics. That's how the brain is subconsciously processing and choosing what channel to listen to. And the best way I can explain that is what's sometimes called the cocktail party effect. When you're in a restaurant or you're at a party and you're talking with your friend, and you're hearing what they're saying and they're hearing what you're saying. But what you don't realize is your ear is still receiving every other conversation in the room. And so the brain separates out a separate channel to focus on that. For masking sounds, what it turns out, the most effective possible masking sound I can put in a space is actually a small water feature.
Yeah.
And that has to do with evolutionary psychology and the Savannah hypothesis work. So work by E.O. Wilson, Judith Earwagen, and Gordon Orens, and basically saying, hey, we evolved on the savannas of Africa and we respond to conditions similar to that. There's not water everywhere on the savannas of Africa. We can go almost a month without food, but we can only go 72 hours without water. And not all water is, really great and clean for drinking. It's going to be well aerated water is usually the cleanest. That's the sound of a little waterfall or a little water feature or a small stream. And so when we hear that sound, that will mask out almost everything else. And so it turns out that's by far the most effective masking sound I can put into a space. We're also learning now about sort of response to bird song and other nature sounds as well. Bird sound, for instance, is the most effective for increasing perceptions of safety in a space. And we think that's not because it's the actual bird song or the content of the bird song itself, but it's the if I'm in a space and the birds are singing and they suddenly stop singing.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Tiger's coming to beat you. But that's one of the areas that we are, investigating more. We're also, really interested in haptic, touch, scent, and other responses. And so one of the experiences, and you can get this with the plantings that you've got and all that, but creating more than one sensory experience in a space makes it much more memorable and can elicit a very strong response.
Do you have other examples of, there's obviously the earthy smell. Do you have other examples of olfactory experiences that you create?
Sure. And I'll start this off by framing this by saying that I used to think that aromatherapy was complete bullshit. and yet we're starting to see more science where we're understanding that certain scents trigger certain neural pathways. So for example, linalool, which is the predominant component in the scent of lavender, triggers the same neural pathways as Valium. When people say, oh, lavender is calming, well, it turns out that Yes, it is. It's triggering the same neuroreceptors as Valium, only you don't get habituated to it. There are some certain terpenes from pines and woods that have a also have a calming effect, and also at the same time improve cardiovascular response. So there are the Japanese in the forest bathing work and the Koreans in forest bathing work are looking at pine terpenes and effect on and various effects. Yeah, we're looking at scent as another one. And so one of the ways that we introduced that on the roof of the interface building, there are planters which have aromatic plants, lavender, rosemary, and some others that elicit responses. So as much as I hate to admit it, some of the aromatherapy stuff is actually real.
Okay, so Lindsay, me and Chris.
Okay, yeah, so Bill, I will say that I was thinking through that sort of biophilic design toolkit as I was thinking about the womb chairs. And I want to ask you, based on your memories of this building, whether you have any other suggestions as it relates to refuge in particular, because I just really feel like we've got all the prospects just coming out our ears here, and something that it feels like keeps coming up is these sort of cold questions or the things, and so I don't know how much you remember it, but I was hoping that we could, maybe we can all just sort of mull it over while we walk through the space, but some of those pictures Bill showed with of the interface space, even just something as simple as those kinds of booths, you could get some of those booths and put them in the space and it would help, but.
Right, and there are actually furniture manufacturers that make those as that look like a nook in the wall, and it's literally on wheels, and you can move them around if you want to reconfigure the space, but you can put a few of those along the walls. And one or two people can be in each one of those. They're great for studying. They're great for having a little conversation, or you can configure booths that are facing each other. So it's, where do you want to create spaces where someone can have that experience? In particular, what we're finding is for neurodiverse populations, having the refuge spaces is really, really important because it allows them to what elementary school teachers are now calling in school design, they're referring to this level of still in class but able to disengage. And so it's where you can pull back but still watch and observe all the activity going on around you and listen to what's happening, but you are able to recharge and rebalance yourself. And so particularly for folks on the autism spectrum, these are a really important component. So part of it would be just sort of going through the building and mapping and having a conversation about what sorts of experiences you might want to create in these different spaces, and then think about what components will support those.
Can I interrupt for just a moment? Our schedule says we're done. With everyone's permission, I'd like to keep going on this conversation. Is that okay with everybody? Okay.
Yeah. So, was curious, I now have hearing aids, and I have a button on my phone that when I push that button and I'm in a noisy restaurant, it reduces the background noise so I can carry on a conversation. And it actually works most of the time. Unfortunately, it's not the sound of falling water or birds or whatever. It just does something frequency wise. But as you were talking, I was like, wow, here it is built into my hearing aids. It's pretty wild.
Right. And we think that, and we're beginning to realize that it probably so for some people on the autism spectrum, that filter is missing, right? So it's why being in a noisy space for them is just intolerable, because they're able to, part of that mechanism is not functioning the way it does with other people. And so it's just completely overwhelming for them. So another thing to think about, we've looked a lot at circadian lighting and that impact, but also just the experience of creating very different lighting conditions within the same space, right? So when the Lewis Center was being designed, we were still in the era of thinking about in a classroom or an office, you tried to have uniform lighting levels through the space. We now know from work done by Ihad Elizadi and in schools in Oregon and other research that people do much better if I actually have different lighting conditions across a room. If I have some areas that have shadow, if I have an area that has a spot of direct beam sunlight, which we were always trying to prevent, on the floor, that's not necessarily a bad thing. And one of the most amazing things I could do, and this is an argument for putting the vines back on the front of the building, and fortunately having those now getting bigger trees around the outside of the building, is that movement pattern of dappled sunlight is one of the most powerful statistical fractals that exists, and we respond incredibly positively to that.
Chris.
That's a question regarding sort of bird-friendly design, for the buildings and lights out as a movement nationally. And I just didn't know, I mean, we're talking about the exterior of the building and glass, et cetera, but as we're putting in landscaping and reflections on the glass, it just, ways in which the building can be contributing to regenerative and a healthy habitat, et cetera. We've touched on elements of it, but I don't know if that's been called out yet. And I don't know if that was necessarily part of the thinking 25 years ago.
Yeah, bird safe the technologies for bird safe glass weren't around at that time. Now, and in particular, we realize is that birds see in more parts of the spectrum than we do. And so there are films that are mostly visually transparent to humans that you can put onto glass that make the glass look like a net or a spider web to the birds. And this is a very glass building with, good habitat right outside it. And so making that glass look non-transparent to birds, I think would be, really something to look at in 2.0.
Okay, Kevin.
Yeah, Bill, just great presentation, and it sparked so many questions and thoughts. One is, we're moving towards developing the statement for the project and this kind of design study, and I'm just curious, how would you go about like a quick hitting kind of, it might be like a diagnostic or opportunity assessment or some overview that in some ways shows the potential of your type of approach and your work for 2.0 that could be part of the design package that goes forward. And it's almost like the instructions to any aligned designers who are doing a lot of these things sort of instinctively, but not yet caught up to the science or how to take it that next step. Right. So how would you go about that?
So on the regenerative side and the metrics, when we did Factories of the Forest with B 3.8 and the other work, it took quite a bit of time to get those ecosystem metrics. There are now companies that you go online with their software and draw a boundary map around your site, and moments later you're going to have all those numbers, and those are online systems. And so that process, rather than being 8 months of biologists doing the research, now can happen within minutes to give you the numbers of what's happening on your site and what those numbers could be. So that framing is a lot easier and a lot cheaper now. And the building does a lot of this stuff already, with a living machine and that, and nutrient cycling, and but just being able to frame it as saying, look, we are moving in this direction of regenerative, and here's a snapshot of where we are today. And this is, if we were meeting those ecosystem services, this is likely where we would be. So that's one process. The other would be the process that we use both on existing buildings and new buildings for the biophilia is to first do an exercise of identify who are all the different users of the building, and what are their needs, and what spaces do they use, and what are their needs in those spaces. So that's that narrative exercise. And the second then would be to overlap those and see if there are places where those needs strongly overlap around multiple users. And that tells
Like
us
airport event, that moment of sort of confluence where people.
yes, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Then, from there, that tells us where I might want to focus some interventions. And then the other is this, thinking about we know that having the same thermal conditions throughout the space is actually less productive than having a variety of thermal conditions, as is having a variety of lighting conditions as well. And so thinking about that, saying that it's okay that I may have a hot spot here and I have a cool spot there, as long as people are allowed to move around to get to the space that best suits their needs. As Ron Perkins would beat our heads up with, and Amory as well, is, the X-ray comfort envelope, you succeed when you are within that envelope. And what that envelope, though, only measures 80%. Success is only 80% of people are satisfied. So it means at any given time, 20% of your people are not comfortable in the space. Right?
Yeah.
So acknowledge that and say, okay, let's design spaces that allow the variety of thermal conditions. And Amory brought up radiant temperature and radiant cooling. It might be an interesting exercise over the course of a year to just get a very simple infrared thermometer and look at what the radiant surface temperature is coming off of the glass, off different surfaces. And because that can tell you quite a bit about where people are going to be comfortable and when they're not.
Okay, so we still have David and John, and this is fine because, like I said, one of the sessions was 15 minutes short, and we didn't break till 5:30 yesterday. So, and it's only 5:15, I think, 5:11. So, David and John.
Bill, very, very quickly, your presentation on biophilic spaces is really great. It gives Lisa a lot of thinking about it, a lot of questions. My question is, how do you get into buildings? So what do we know? We approach this building, and most school kids have the same thing. You're on concrete, you approach this hard object, and then you go through a couple doors. If it's a school, you got to go through security, detection, and I can imagine that anxiety does mount as you come into that, and then you come into maybe a biophilic space. The question is, what's known about entryways? How do you approach a building that starts as a gradual transition? Is there such a thing? And is security then would enter that? You don't want to have a lot of stuff around for, there would be invite crime or whatever, but I'm wondering, what do you know about how you come in to a space that it's gonna have a hard surface, hard walls, glass, metal doors and so forth?
So, someone said the building is prospect dominant, but my perception of safety when I'm translating into a new space is largely based on prospect. Do I have an unimpeded view through the space? If I do, my perception of safety and wayfinding is much, much stronger. Now, I can partially obscure the edge of a space so that I make it intriguing, create a mystery condition where I want to see what's next, right? So, but from perception of safety and entering into a space, particularly in a public building or a public space or a college campus, prospect is really, really important.
Okay, John.
I was gonna just ask you to say a little bit more for someone who has not studied this about, you know, your perceptions now on changes in lighting over the course of a day and change, you know, in intensity, color, variability. What's known about that? About what's desirable as far as, you know, variability in, you know, the shifting spectrum variability.
The best work on this comes out of Jefferson University in Philadelphia and the neuroscience and one of the teams at Johns Hopkins, looking at so there have been fights for a very long time on circadian lighting about, is it the rods, is it the cones, is it the intensity of light? What is it that triggers the response? And because they weren't able to trace it to the rods or cones, but there's still folks fighting over that. It turns out there's a third set of receptors in the eye. There aren't many of them, but the receptors that are called melanopsin receptors, and they are triggered by specific wavelength of light. And that wavelength of light is about 480 nanometer blue. That's the color of light that peaks at solar noon. So daylight shifts, it's slightly yellow in the morning, shifts to blue in midday, and then becomes redder in late day. And as that happens, that 480 nanometer blue really, really, really suppresses melatonin. And it boosts serotonin. So if you've got a dark, cloudy space and during the day, I may actually want to boost or goose up that bluish light, that 480 nanometer blue. In the evening, I don't want that unless I'm trying to keep people awake. But so a redder light on that. So there are manufacturers who do LED chips, you know, the light generating chips that are blue enhanced, and others that do what I call blue depleted. They still have very, very high color rendition indexes, which is really important. But and so it used to be that you got those as two separate lamps. Now there are manufacturers who put both chips in one lamp or in one fixture, and they can be tied to the an atomic clock that's tied to date, and so it actually will track the color mixture over the course of a day, actually based on your physical location. But you can also, there are simpler systems that allow you to dial that across as well over the course of a day. But it's very specific. It's the melanopsin receptors, these separate receptor cells in the eye. There aren't many of them. And for a long time, people knew that there were these extra cells in there, and they just thought they were sort of genetic junk. And we now know that no, actually, these are very, very important and very specific.
You have been utilizing that sort of shifting pattern, shifting spectrum and intensity in your work to try to, you know, increase people's sense of, you know, comfort and space.
Yeah, a number of the tech companies we work with have implemented circadian lighting as part of their LED lighting systems. You know, it's similar to the cost drop in LED lighting in general. These systems are becoming less costly all the time.
So we've got Russ and Kevin. I don't know who was up first.
I
Russ,
think Russ was up before me.
okay.
Bill, for reasons that are somewhat lost in the mists of time, we have a rather profound, pronounced blue tint on the glass on the atrium specifically. I believe it had something to do with shading at the time. My presumption is that we will be replacing the glass for performance purposes, and in so doing can get to closer to clear. I'm presuming that the blue tint we're seeing on the outside is the reflection of a lot of the blue spectrum away from the building that is not getting into the building, and that we should see something closer to pure daylight when we eliminate that blue tint. Is that a fair assumption?
Possibly. I mean, it may also, depending on is the blue tint an artifact of the low E coating, in which case sometimes you'll see sort of at certain sun angles it'll look purple. The glass will look purple. Or it may be actually that, you know, because it was more, one of the ways of getting more visible light through was there was sapphire glass, which I think is what is on this building, which does have a bluish tint, right? So one of the things would be to look at what the spectral distribution of the light is within the space, in that space, and see what you're getting. And, you know, there are devices that will measure that. But yeah, I mean, you know, in 25 years, glass technology is, and what we can do with glass is really progressed quite a bit.
Kevin, M?
I've got a couple of quick ones, Bill. Have you established a minimum CRI for LED, whatever LED lighting you may be using? You know, as it relates to whether you're leaning heavy on red or blue spectrum and what you're trying to achieve there. And I ask that because if we're talking about LED lights that are, you know, first gen and they're 10, 15 years old. Obviously we weren't achieving CRIs of 90 plus at that point with these lights.
Right. With most of the good ones today, you should have a minimum of 91.
Yeah, that's what I've seen with new things, but you know, looking
But there are some now that are much higher, surprisingly higher. So it depends on the manufacturer. Really, it depends on the manufacturer and the spec of the chips.
And then when you know, just from a lighting strategy standpoint, when you're setting things up for, you know, particular areas. I guess I'm just curious whether you are replacing, you know, a ton of different fixtures with, you know, full range, you know, full color range LEDs. Or, you know, we've had a tremendous amount of experiences in buildings in downtown Cleveland, and my company actually also does all the lights on top of the buildings downtown. So we're in generation 2 of those now, and have had a bunch of different conversations with the city and Downtown Cleveland Alliance about how much blue we're actually blasting across all the brand new apartment buildings downtown while people are trying to sleep. And so we've actually ordered the next set of these lights, and it was an additional, I think, $4 million to have them blue filtered through their actual lenses before them. So it doesn't even matter if we're pushing blue light up onto the buildings, we're not getting that radiating outward toward the apartments. And they're doing the same thing with the digital signage that's down there as well. It's people are they're being just kept awake all night by it.
Yeah, and it has really negative impacts on wildlife as well.
Yeah, definitely. And that's, you know, the bird population down there, we've got the two, which have become my friends over the past 10 years, but the two peregrine falcons that are on the building down there.
Awesome. Yeah, so all of that has impact, and I know there was a dark sky conversation, but it also would be good to look at the dark sky implications of the building as well.
Yeah, because we've got some reflectivity outside from the interior lighting with so much glass here, and I'm a big proponent of as dark as skies we can get it with unnatural light being just shoved down our throat in every direction here.
Right.
Bill, thank you so
Yeah.
much for
Thanks,
joining
Bill.
us.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to see where we all go with this.
Yeah,
You are too.
yeah, great to see you, Bill.
For sure.
Yeah,
Thanks
sorry
so
I couldn't
much.
be there in person, but glad to be part of the conversation.
Make it, really appreciate it, and that you stuck in
I
through
know.
Zoom.
Hanging in there all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so you know, a couple of references that you can download off our website very quickly are the brand new edition of 14 Patterns of Biophilic Design. The 10th anniversary edition just came out. And so it updates the patterns, plus we added the pattern of awe, the awe experience, which we had considered putting in the original edition, but our primary patron was Google, and the rule was if you don't have the science, you can't have the conversation. And at the time we wrote it, we actually couldn't explain the science of the experience of awe. Now there's been some really great work on it. We know that's a really unique brain response, different from all the other patterns. And there's also more material and examples of, so tools to help implement. The other is the second edition of Economics of Biophilia is on there. And then if you want to geek out on psychoacoustics and water sound, there's an entire paper on that called An Ear for Nature. And there's also a paper on why we love wood, on the biophilic response to wood. And so all those you can just download off our website.
Thank you so
Right.
much, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
And the school study is in there as well. You'll have to scroll down, but the Baltimore school study is on there as well.
All right, thanks very much.
Okay,
All right.
does anyone have final thoughts for the day before we wrap for dinner?
Just to mention that dinner is scheduled for 6 now, so
Oh, 6.
6.
Oh,
yes. I should-
I was going by 6:30, sorry.
Yeah, no, well,
You made the right call.
I adjusted it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 6.
Okay,
And we're not in that room. They've got a bunch of tables for us in there. Room is reserved for someone else, but we've got a set of tables together in there, so.
Okay.
okay.
All right.
See you guys
Great.
over there. Bill, thank you again for
Thanks,
coming.
Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
We can leave some of this stuff here till
Yeah, you
tomorrow.
can use stuff here.
Thanks.
Plans for tomorrow.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Amazing enough with you guys.